Good morning, my little couch potatoes, and welcome back to the comfiest courtroom on the internet. I'm your host, Llama, and it's time for dramatic testimony, overruled objections, and absolutely unqualified opinions. So grab your snuggiest blanket, some delicious snacks, and get ready to watch court with your internet besties. This is Couch Court with Llama. How's everybody doing this morning? I hope well. I am not having a great morning at all. First of all, does my mic sound okay? Because apparently my Diddy recording yesterday, the audio was not good. I apologize for anyone who listened to that. Normally I don't film by myself, and I had to last night, and I didn't know until well after we were done with True Crime and White Time. So I will be re-recording that this weekend. So, and whether or not I do tonight, I don't know. We'll see. So let me tell you about my bad morning. I woke up this morning, my eyes. So this is Au Naturel Llama. Au Naturel Llama is not wearing any makeup today because I woke up and my eyes were red and pink. They were brightly red and pink. I've never had that happen before. They're not itchy. I don't think it's pink eye or anything like that. And I do have that's why I was a little late, because I was sitting here like, oh, my face. Anyway, so that's what happened. And I have a pounding headache. I don't know. Maybe it's allergies or something. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But I'm not feeling my best today. So this morning, we'll see how it goes. I might be off camera a lot today, trying to, do this, because I don't think you guys want to see that on camera all morning. So I may be off camera a lot today, but I will be here. You just won't see this. And maybe everybody's better off for that. I don't know. But it's Friday, so that's great. And exciting. Polly says, I need a spa day for all my hard work. Thank you. I think I do too. I'm just glad my eyes are not as bad as they were. I freaked out. I freaked out. I sent pictures to all my friends and then what is this? And then nobody responded. And then I was like, oh man, this is probably a horrible image to wake up to. I'm just going to get rid of it. I was like, oh, some people don't like eyeball stuff. I don't like eyeball stuff at all. Good morning, Lady in Gray. Good morning. Yes, I know. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. It could be allergies too. It could be from sitting here all day, but I don't know, because I've always really done this. So I don't know. It could be because I have to reapply my eye makeup every couple of hours because it's been humid and just sweats right off. I don't know what it is, but I'm here. We're here. And it's Friday. So we're all besties, right? We're all besties. So I don't have to look my best for you guys every day. It's like if you just showed up at my house, this is what you would get. So I want to thank you guys for coming to True Crime and Wine Time with Terry and I last night. We talked about Inside the Mind of a Necrophile, the Karen Greenlee story. It was very interesting and disturbing. If you didn't get a chance to watch that, I suggest watching it, because we did some role playing. I was Karen, the necrophile, in her interview. It was weird. It was very, very weird. Like I said, I'll be re-recording the Diddy update from last night. By the way, now that you guys are in chat, how does my microphone sound? Does it sound normal or weird? I don't know. I don't know why it was the way it was for that recording last night, but it was disturbing. It was disturbing. And I promise that is not why my eyes are all messed up. I was not around any dead bodies after that. Okay, I sound normal and great. Okay, good. Well, that's such a bummer. Why did it do that yesterday? Anyway, I may record those later tonight, depending how my eyeballs are. Otherwise, it'll be out sometime this weekend. So there's that. And next Wednesday, Terry and I are going to be doing a members only at 9 p.m. Eastern Wednesday. I think it's going to be at 9 for our members. It's going to be fun. We're going to hang out and do Q&A. We do silly little games. Since I've been recording Diddy, Amy has been editing them for me, and there are some bloopers in there that I guess we're going to put together to show all you guys. So if you want to see what that's like, Wednesday we'll be doing members only, so be sure to become a member. There's different tiers. You get to use the cool emojis for members in the chat, which they're cute. All sorts of fun stuff. I'm sorry, guys. I am not at my best today. I am at like a 70%. And I don't know if it's going to get better. I will say the highlight of my morning is I did finally get to open my wedding cake flavored creamer. And it's delicious. And so I got that going for me this morning. Oh, excuse me. Amy will pick the best bloopers. Yeah. Yeah, she will. Not last night, but the night before. I was very burpy. I'll just put it that. I think it'll be great. It'll be great. Good morning, Amber. Good morning. Good morning, Amy Beth. Good morning. Yeah, somebody did gift you a membership yesterday. That's right. And I was just saying, we're going to have our first members. Well, not our first members only. I don't know why I said that. We've had like 3 already. We're having a members only on Wednesday, this coming Wednesday, I think at 9 p.m. is what we're doing. Let me also make sure I open up this stream's chat. So if we want to run any polls today, we can. Do any of you guys have exciting plans for the weekend? I don't. I got a lot of chores and stuff I have to do. Got to go pick up a car, grocery shop, rearrange my living room so I can have my own desk. I don't know if we're even going to get to that, to be quite honest with you. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Good morning, Bells. Good morning. Need to take Benadryl along with the suggestions I gave you. You gave me a suggestion. Oh, I bet you did on Discord. I'm sorry, I haven't been back there. I do have a cold washcloth, Bells. I know you're looking out for me. That's why I started late, because I was just sitting here with it on my face. And then, yeah, maybe I'll go take one of my super strength Benadryl. But see, it doesn't make me super tired, but it can make me a little, which I guess doesn't really matter because I'm already like that at this point. So there's that. Oh, what did I do? Oh, well, I'll figure that out later. You're going camping. Oh, that's lovely. I am not a camper, but that's really awesome. Like, are we talking about like basic camping or like glamping? Because I can do mid to high level glamping, but the sleeping in a sleeping bag on the ground, I'm too old for that. I'm not doing it anymore. Lady and Gray is going to be researching and writing and cleaning the apartment. Awesome. Benadryl knocks you out. You can't take it unless I'm going to sleep. Well, I take, for my anxiety, I take, I don't, as needed. Now I'm to the point where it's as needed, which is a huge improvement, but it's a hydroxyzine, which is like a prescription like Benadryl. It's like 50 milligrams of Benadryl. So it doesn't do that to me. It just makes me a little like chill. That's when you know the anxiety's bad, right? Good morning, Sankoda. Good morning. Good morning. Ooh, in North Carolina. Oh, that's awesome. Annie goes camping in North Carolina as well. I hear it's beautiful. Tent glamping. I have a good collection of camp stuff, but we're in a tent. That's okay as long as like you're up off the ground a little bit. I think I could do that, but just a sleeping bag on the ground. No, thank you. No, thank you. Well, that's great. I hope you have good weather because I know y'all been getting like a bunch of rain and stuff for the last several days. So I hope that's cleared out for you. How do I? It's like I don't know how to do anything today. Gotta have a cot and a fan. Oh, yes. And lots of bugs. For icy bugs love me so much. And I do not. It is not reciprocal. Okay. I do not love them. Last night, I'm laying in bed looking at my phone, trying to go to sleep, talking to some friends. I have the light off because Elbow Feet's already asleep. So it's just me in the dark. And then all of a sudden, I just hear a bug. It sounded kind of like a big one, just like hit me right in the forehead in my hair. I freak out because I don't know what's just happened. It's dark. It's dark. And I go and I turn on the light. And I can't find that bug anywhere. I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is or what it was, but I did not like it. I did not like it one bit. Oh, goodness. A missed day. Get it together, girl. Yeah, it's been super rainy this week. I'm hoping I don't mind the rain truly as long as I remember to put the rain fly on it. Definitely do that. It was giving me a little kiss. Ugh. Polly, why you gotta go see things like that? Not a fan of the bug, not you. I'm a big fan of you. Big fan. Hold on just a minute. Okay, let me pause that. Okay. About that chat for later. There we go. And I can get rid of that. Okay. Anyway, what were we talking about? Okay. Good morning, JT. Good morning. Are you speaking of non-consensual insect contact? I was assaulted by a bug of unknown species. I don't know what it is. Maybe it was a ghost bug. Maybe. I don't know, but I wasn't a big fan of it. It didn't even wake Elbow Feet up, so he couldn't save my life. I don't even know why I keep him around. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. If you, if you didn't catch True Crime and Wine Time last night, so earlier in the day, Terry said to me, she's like, I got a surprise for you tonight. And I was like, oh, great. Because if there's one thing I'm known for, it's loving surprises. And she was like, it's worse. Or, no, she didn't say that. I forget what she said. Anyway, I was like, okay, great. I don't know what she's talking about. So then I come out to the living room because Elbow Feet's playing his games. I'm like, okay, like I gotta go. I gotta get on. And I see his computer, right? And I see that like he's talking to Terry. And I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you talking to Terry? I mean, he can talk to whoever he wants. I don't really care. But it was just weird and random. He's like, don't worry about it. We're banging. I was like, okay, buddy. Okay. All right, sure. And he was like, no, it's a surprise. And I was like, oh, I do not like where this is going. So anyway, because I've been covering Diddy, if you guys haven't listened to it yet, ooh, you thought the necrophile stuff was weird. This is weird too. But anyway, she Instacarted me a bottle of wine called Hot to Trot and a bottle of baby oil. I was like, oh my goodness. If you know, you know. When it comes to Diddy, if you know, you know. But apparently it helps get ticks off because I'm on tick duty when Elbow Feet comes home because he works outside. And ticks are very bad this time of year. Worse than normal, really. I found several. I do not like it one bit. But anyway, I thought I would share that with you all. Oh, goodness. I think a court recess would be ridiculous and would not make the jury happy. I see. There we go. I was like, that's in a response to something I didn't see. Amber has a question. Do we have court today, or are we on pause for a week plus for defense? No, we have court today. The ceiling fan is up. It's up. I think there might be some arguing of that we heard yesterday, right? So at the end of the day yesterday, defense was annoyed because the prosecution, so there's two companies, all right? There's Aperture, which the prosecution has hired, who I think is doing like accident reconstruction stuff, okay? And then the defense has ARCA, who was in the first trial, who testified in the first trial, but they were originally hired by the federal government for the investigation into all this Canton shenanigans, okay? And so ARCA has come back. They've been allowed to come back, and the defense is paying them this time around. Anyway, there were some problems, right? They had to ask the DOJ, Department of Justice, to make sure there wasn't any problems with ARCA doing this. And so they didn't find that out till the end of April. There's a big voir dire about it. Bev said they had to have their stuff turned in by like May 7th or whatever. So prosecutions, Aperture people, or whatever their name is, turned in a report, but they then one of the guys decided to turn in an amended report because he amended his studies, his findings, because of watching within the data, the cell phone data guy. Y'all remember that guy? Oof. Who like doesn't know how science experiments works and just used his program for stuff. Anyway, they were like, Brennan's like, this changes the whole timeline, blah, blah, blah. They had to change it to fit what was on Belle's phone. I just looked at your Belle's. Belle's is in the trial too, in case anybody was wondering. I'm just kidding. So anyway, that was that big kerfuffle. Well, then, because the defense is like, well, to use Brennan's own words, they feel a bit ambushed about this because like they just got this guy's report and he's changing it due to what Whiffen testified to regarding the timeline. Okay. Because it's a very narrow, the prosecution has said it's a very narrow timeline of when John actually died. Well, for their theory. And so there was all that. Then Brennan goes, Your Honor, I'm super sad. So ARCA turned in all their stuff, and it's like a lot. They did a bunch of experiments and tests, and it's a lot to read. It's so much discovery, and my expert isn't going to have time to go through it all. And their new stuff they brought in shouldn't be allowed because we don't have time to go through it all. After they just did pretty much the same exact thing to the defense and was like, yeah, let our guy talk about all this new stuff. It's fine. Oh, it was something. It was something. So the judge didn't make a ruling on that yet of the two expert groups and what they can and can't talk about. So I thought it was funny that Britain's like, oh, they did all these experiment and tests. Like, nobody from MSP did. You must be shocked that some people know how to do their job, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, excuse me. For those of you that don't know, I am not great today. I'm not well. So I'm doing my best. I'm here. We're all here and we're all besties. So it's fine. Let's see. I think a court recess would be ridiculous and would not make the jury happy. Oh, I see what you guys are talking about. But we did learn that the defense's their case in chief is going to be about a week and a half. But Brennan's all like, we need more time. What are you going to do? Stop in the middle of trial? Like, shouldn't you be confident enough in what your experts have to say? Oh, wait, you're not. Because now those experts just changed their timeline to match what Whiffen said, which was I had already ruled him out after that was over. I was like, well, all this cell phone stuff, it's Celebrate. We all learned about Celebrate and how BS most of that is. Fun. Oh, and then Brennan said something like, well, all the clocks are different. The clock on John's phone is different than the clock in the car, and the clock on the cameras and all this. Why is there so much time difference between things? I don't understand. But also, that sounds like a him problem. And I think Alessi even said that time has been known for like 3 years. What are you even saying? So we'll see. You better check that baby oil. You can't really know what's inside without testing it. True, but I will say that Cassie testified that there were no drugs in the baby oil. So maybe for other people there were, but she said no, it was not laced as some people are claiming. So let's see. I think one of the people, the arbiter people, was Trooper Paul's supervisor at one time. That should tell you plenty. Oh, get out of here. Oh, wow. Oh my goodness. They never leave. I'm assuming you're talking about that bug. It's in there. I don't like it. Oh yeah, for sure. Hello, Kathy. Good morning. Good morning. Brennan is giving a reel. I have a science project due in a couple months, and so I waited and woke up with it due that morning. Oh no. Yeah. I mean, they shouldn't, honestly, in my opinion, they shouldn't have brought this to trial again in the first place. Karen did not waive her right to a speedy trial. So I'm so sorry that the government doesn't have the time that they need to get all their ducks in a row to try to prove her guilt for a second time. Because if I remember right, somebody told me after the first trial, right, and then they go and they bring this back again. And we do know, because some people said, they didn't show that in the first trial. But anyway, prosecution handed up a whole bunch more discovery to the defense team that they never even gave them in the first trial. What? You're supposed to hand all of that over before the trial. Number uno. And they didn't. And now Brendan wants to be like, we don't have all the stuff. It's not fair. Stupid. Never seen anything like that. That's crazy to me. Super crazy. They changed the buffer zone today, like move it back to the normal spot. Is that what you mean? With the protesters and stuff outside the courtroom? Happy to have you here too, Kathy. Happy to have you too. You're late. I'm not on top of my game today, but that's okay. We're all here. Yes and no. That goes with the trial, really, right? Everything is ambiguous. Sometimes it feels. Oh, I should probably put that on here. So that way that is ready. Okay. There we go. The defense has taken every single hit, rolled with it, adapted, and defeated it. Brennan sits down in the middle of the Walmart aisle and cries hysterically. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how she's going to roll. I say let them do what they want, both sides of the experts, and see who comes out victorious at this point. And oh, well, your expert didn't have time to review all this stuff. Well, you know what? We probably wouldn't even have ARPA here if the original investigators either one, did their job, or two, you didn't bring this bogus case to trial. Because the investigation here is outlandish. Outlandish. Oh, hey, Amos. Hi, potato chips. You're cute. I love that. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Hey, sweet potato. You guys are so cute. I love that. I love our potato references. Kathy says buffer zone people can go across the street from the courthouse with Karen Reed and Turtle Boy shirts and signs. Interesting. Interesting. He's not in jail, right? Because he got indicted, what, Tuesday? Is he out? I don't have social media, so I don't know all the deets, all the hot tea over there. Oh my gosh. It smells like a cake. It's so good. I love it. The Turtle Boy. I'm sorry, Kathy. Turtle Boy. I was just wondering if he posted bail for that indictment that came, or I have not looked into it since. I think that was Tuesday, right? It was Monday or Tuesday for what they indicted him for harassment and intimidation for Chris Albert, I think was the name on there. Oh, they didn't take him in. So let me get this right, okay? So he is harassing and intimidating witnesses, right? Which seems pretty serious if you listen to all these people saying that they're being harassed and stuff. And I do not condone harassment in any way, shape, or form. It is a little egregious. But so this guy is apparently harassing these people and all that, but they don't want to lock him away. So he's not actually a danger to anyone then? Interesting. Yeah, he never went to jail. Isn't that interesting? Just saying. It can't be that bad, right? Oh, boy. Oh, look at that. I love it. Oh. Only a danger to Jen's mental health. Jen is a danger to her own mental health, that lady. Oh my goodness. I'm just saying. As a journalist asking questions. Yeah, I mean, I know of him. Of Turtle Boy. I know that he really helped spur or help bring what was going on to the forefront as corruption and all that. But that's about my familiarity with him. I don't have an opinion on him like I know other people too. So, good morning, RTC. Good morning. I hope you're doing well today. I hope you're doing very well today. Turtle Boy hurt feelings. Massachusetts harassment law includes hurting someone's feelings. Were they never taught sticks and stones? I mean, I imagine these people, they're something else. They are something else. Goodness. Well, we've got the ceiling fan, and it's 10 after, and we all know Bev's gonna come in and be like, counsel, I heard you want to talk to me. Let me see you at sidebar. And you're going to talk a sidebar for like 10 minutes. Oh, there's the sound. Here, let's see if we're right today, kids. Shall we?
Thank you. So I need to see counsel at sidebar, please.
What? Oh my goodness. I did not see that coming. Oh, she sounded very serious about that, though, don't you think? Ooh. Yikes. She sounded very serious about that. Well, today is not day 16, Llama. Get it together. It's day 17. There we go. I'm going to delete that day 16, otherwise I'm going to keep doing that all day. All right. Good morning, Angie. Good morning. Good morning, 80s. Look at everybody coming in. Make room on the couch. It's big enough for everybody. Kathy says Alberts and them are pissed about him showing the world what really happened. I mean, I have questions. I have a lot of questions. That is for sure. So they're meeting a sidebar. We'll see if we have an argument this morning. She will say that on the record, though. I think her ruling on each side's expert, I think she'll probably do that on the record. And then I don't know. Does anybody know who the next witnesses might be today? Oh, I should make sure I have my list up. Okay. Now, for those of you just filing in, I am having some eye issues and headache and stuff today. So a lot of the day when we're in court, I'm just going to be off camera, but here. And then when court is taking a break or whatever, I'll try to be on, but I need to keep this cold rag on my face like this. And I mean, unless you guys want to see that, it's so glamorous. It's so glamorous. Oh, goodness. It's gonna be a day. Oh, I need to adjust my eyes there. Okay. Yeah, I'm interested to see what her rulings be. I say let them both go, deal with it. Oh, goodness. Well, they need Karen to be guilty so they also don't look inept at everything they've done. Because, I mean, I know I'm not the only one that has the opinion that their investigation into this whole thing is a joke. I mean, other people who have their jobs, other officers, forensic analysis people, they're all over YouTube being like, WTF, what are they even doing? It's unbelievable. And that's when you know it's bad, right? Because like a lot of people in those fields do not like to talk poorly about fellow colleagues who are also in that field, but they are getting torn up by people on the internet who do the same jobs. It's unacceptable. Unacceptable. Oh, geez. You know what? We had the Emmy on yesterday. She said oh gosh, it was, what's the word? What's the word? What did she declare? Unidentified? No, that's not it. Somebody help me out. What did the Emmy declare? Manner of death. Undecided? No. Undetermined. Thank you, Angie. Oh, thank you so much. Oh, my brain it's not great. It's not great today, you guys. Appreciate the assist, Ange. Sue O is reporting an unexpected witness today. Take that with a grain of salt, but who? I don't know. Oh, the jury's coming, so she's not arguing. Or I'm sorry, counsel is not arguing about their experts, probably because she's like, we've already wasted 15 minutes of the jury's day. No, ma'am. We just watched you walk in. I think everybody else was there. So, ooh, I wonder who it could be. Unexpected witness is Brennan. He's going to testify against himself. Oh my gosh, that'd be hilarious to watch them like go back and forth. Love it. It'd be like what imagine the reenactment Buffy could do. Oh, you guys, if you haven't yet, please hit the like button. So people know where the party is today, though I don't know. I don't know if anybody wants to stick around for this all day. Amos is going to get even better clips for the members only on Wednesday. That's for sure. I haven't even taken the Benadryl yet, so that's right. Unfiltered. Oh, damn witness better show up before this afternoon. You got a million things to do. Yeah, think about Belle's schedule, Bev. What about the rest of us? It's Friday. Oh, goodness. Good morning, Bobby B. And thank you. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. Hashtag thanks, Bev, in all caps. I love that. Thank you again, Bobby. Thank you. And I hope you're having a wonderful morning. Thanks for being with us. I appreciate that. I'm excited to see all your thanks, Bevs, today in the chat. It's totally fine to do that one in all caps, for sure. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Good morning, Sam. Good morning, babes. Yes, good morning. It is Fuck Around and Find Out Friday. So let's see what happens, shall we? I think it's going to be an exciting day. I hope it is. Oh, I need it to be, really. Yeah, you can reply to super chats now. It's been like that for a little while. But how cool is that? It is cool. Sue reports Brennan is talking with Peggy O'Keefe, and the defense is in a huddle. Ooh. Interesting. I wonder what's going on. Because they can't just call a witness that defense doesn't know about, right? So it only happens in Hollywood. That can't happen in real court. I mean, maybe in this kangaroo court, I guess. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that's not allowed. I wonder who it is. So nosy. Love it. Could we get a Buffy interpretation of morning huddles with Bev, pro, and defense? That would be great. Just make a list. Make a list, and I will just peer pressure her every day until she cracks. It does it. I'm just kidding. Oh my goodness. Well, it still says there at sidebar. Normally it says that the jury is coming in, like when that's happening, but it just still says sidebar. That's interesting. Waiting Grace says, Sue, oh, good morning. Started with a sidebar. One of the court officers took an oath of some sort during sidebar. Jury was not in the courtroom. Ooh. Uh-oh. did an officer overhear somebody talking to a juror, or hear the jurors talking about something? Is there some sort of altercation or exchange that's not supposed to happen? Uh-oh. Ooh. Let's fuck around and find out. Right. Good morning, Elbafeed. Good morning, babe. I'm not doing good today. My eyes are all red and I have a headache and I don't know what's happening. I think it's from you shining a flashlight in my eye this morning. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Maybe it's his first day at his new adult job. Maybe. I mean, I guess, but maybe Peggy said something to a juror. Uh-oh. Where are we panning to? Oh, to another. How many ceiling fans they got? Oh, I forgot some of you sent me ceiling fans. Oh, I forgot about that.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni.
I guess the jury's coming.
Before the county of Norfolk.
We don't know.
Give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Do you guys like
Good
the
morning
captions?
again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So, I appreciate your patience. I have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? I have one other important instruction for you folks, and it's so important that each and every juror can hear the evidence or the testimony that's presented, can follow the testimony, and can understand and evaluate the testimony of each witness and the exhibits. In order to do that, I just want to be very clear that it's important that people do not comment on the evidence or make any comments. Once you enter the room, it's probably a good idea to just listen. Don't talk, don't make any facial expressions, no muttering under your breath, no audible noises, because people need to hear what's going on and to understand everything. So out of respect for your fellow jurors, I would ask that you be very careful to make sure you don't do that, and out of respect to the lawyers who worked so hard to get this case before. Okay?
Interesting.
Thank you very much. With that, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
What do you guys
Or
think
if I
that
could begin
means?
by offering a stipulation that's agreed to between the parties.
Okay, can we turn the AC down, please? Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay.
And the stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant, in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The 2 Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, on January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson. Former Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
Thank you.
And
Yes, thank you.
with that, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce and play clip number 21.
Okay.
Who did he say was there? Are they talking about that picture?
Hold on 1 second, please. I just want that. Can the jurors hear better with that on?
So John's laying there, his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Yeah, that's what I was confused about too.
So we need this marked.
We have the item.
Exhibit 169.
Okay.
Mr. Lally, your next one.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Andre Porto to the stand.
All right. Here I'm calling.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Morning.
Is he the
Hey,
is
Mr.
he
Lally,
what?
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Yeah, my name is Andre Porto, last name spelled Porto.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a forensic scientist too in the DNA unit at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab.
Oh, DNA guy.
And where did you go to school?
I received my undergraduate Bachelor of Science in Microbiology from the University of Massachusetts in Amherst, and then I received a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Sciences at the Boston University School of Medicine.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA
wait.
unit.
And how long have you worked at the state lab?
Slow down.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
How long have you worked at the state lab, sir?
Since September 2019.
Now, when you joined the lab, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
I know, right?
Now, can you
Turns out-
please explain to the jury your duties and responsibilities as a forensic scientist 1?
Sure. So a forensic scientist 1 is a trainee position where we're hired and we undergo an extensive training program where we do undergo the analysis process in training casework samples, where we learn how to do the lab work and analyze
Oh,
profiles.
geez.
And at the end of this training, I took a competency test to make sure that I was able to accurately conduct the DNA analysis process. And once I passed that, I was then put on to do casework. And a year after completing both my competency tests and a year after my hire date, I was then promoted to a forensic scientist 2.
And so you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2?
So a forensic scientist 2 is just the automatic promotion that you get after a year of hire and passing the initial competency test. And we're able to do the DNA process in casework samples.
Now, so what type of analysis do you currently do at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I can do the DNA analysis process in casework and known samples. That includes the lab work as well as analyzing the DNA profiles that are generated from the work.
Now, first, just in general terms, but specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury how is that analysis performed?
Sure. So there's 4 steps in the analysis process. The first step is extraction, where we apply heat and chemicals to the samples to break open the cells and release that DNA to be available for use. Step 2 is called quantitation, where we take a small sample of that extracted DNA to estimate, and we use chemicals and run it through an instrument to estimate how much DNA we extracted. And then we proceed to step 3, which is called amplification. And that's basically, think of it as a molecular photocopier, where we target specific areas of the DNA to make millions of copies of it. And then we run it through, go to detection, where we run it through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on a computer.
Now, is the state lab where you work accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by whom?
We are accredited by an organization called ANAB, which stands for ANSI, National Accreditation Board, and ANSI stands for American National Standards Institute.
I need you to slow down, please. Please.
Sorry.
Now, Mr. Porto, are there steps taken in your lab during that process that you were just explaining to prevent against contamination?
Yes, there are.
And can you explain what those are?
Sure. So there are various steps. One step to prevent contamination between analysts would be to bleach and wipe down the workstations before use and after. Another way to prevent DNA transfer from analysts to the samples is to wear personal protective equipment, such as lab coats, gloves, masks, hairnets, and beard guards. And a way to prevent transfer from sample to sample would be to frequently change gloves, as well as only have one sample open at a time.
Now, with your work at the lab, is there a review process that your work undergoes?
Yes, there is.
And can you describe that process to the jury?
Sure. So once I complete my work, the file undergoes two types of reviews. The first is a technical review, where another qualified analyst will take the file and they'll do their own independent assessment and make sure that they come up with the conclusions and that they agree with the conclusions that I reached. And they'll also make sure that all the protocols were followed and every decision is scientifically sound. Once that review is completed, it undergoes an administrative review, where another qualified analyst will then look through the file and they look for clerical errors, such as typos or missing page numbers or missing case numbers. Once those two reviews are completed, the results can then be reported out.
Alessi might make him cry.
Now, as a part of that accreditation process that you were speaking about a few moments ago, do you undergo anything called proficiency testing?
Yes, I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
Yeah, so a proficiency test is a test that's administered twice a year by an external vendor. And the results of this test are not known to the analyst at the time. And we basically treat it like it's a real case where it undergoes the analysis process as if it were a real case. And this test is used to show that the analyst is demonstrates ongoing competency in the DNA analysis process. And successful completion of the test is required to maintain qualification as an analyst.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
DNA analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Porto, could you explain to the jury what exactly is DNA?
Yeah, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it's basically the building block that makes us who we are. We each have two copies of our DNA, one that we inherit from mom and one that we inherit from dad. And this combination makes sure that, barring with the exception of identical twins, we all have different DNA.
And is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes. So what that means is, if I were to take a blood sample and a saliva sample from the same person, the same DNA profile will be generated.
Now, you spoke a bit earlier about the different steps included in the DNA testing. If you could, just a little bit slower, go through each of those 4 steps again for the jury.
Sure. So like I said, it's a 4-step process. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection. So extraction, we use chemicals and heat to burst open the cells to make that DNA available for use. Quantitation, step 2, we take a small sample of that extracted DNA. We use a different set of chemicals and an instrument to estimate how much DNA is available for use. Amplification is the 3rd step, which I mentioned is the basically molecular photocopier, where it makes millions of copies of specific areas of the DNA. And then the 4th and last step is detection, where we run those amplified copies through an instrument, and we generate the DNA profile as an electronic file on the computer.
Now, Mr. Porto, what is STR?
So STR stands for short tandem repeats, and they're the locations that we're making the millions of copies of.
Now, in your work at the lab, do you have something that's referred to as a known item?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what a known item is?
Sure. So a known item is an item that's taken directly from a person to be used as a reference sample, so we know what the source of that profile is.
And conversely, what is a questioned item?
A questioned item is an item that's taken, let's say, from a crime scene where we don't know what the source is.
Now, do you also have terminology within your lab as far as a parent versus a child item?
Yes, we do.
And can you explain how those labels are and how they reference to what you do in your work?
Sure. So
I'm sorry,
a parent
Sean, I
item
hope
is,
you're
for
doing
example,
better
the original
today.
item, and the child is a sample of that item. So, for example, this box
We're
of
all a
tissues
hot mess
would be
today,
the
it's
parent
okay.
item, and if you were to swab the outside, the swab would be the child item. So the box of tissues would receive, let's say, an item of 1-1. The swabbing of the outside would receive an item of 1-1.1.
Now, what are positive and negative controls?
Yeah, so a positive control is a control that has it's a known sample with a known DNA profile that we use in every step of the DNA analysis process to make sure that each step and instrument worked as expected and properly. And then a negative control is a sample that has no DNA in it. It only receives the chemicals that we use. And that's to ensure that the chemicals that we're using don't have any DNA inherent to them.
Now, when you as an analyst or forensic scientist too are assigned work within the DNA unit, where do you retrieve that evidence from?
Yeah, so I retrieve it from a locked cold room that's only accessible via keycard.
Now, why are items kept in cold storage?
Yeah, the cold storage helps preserve the DNA for long-term storage.
And as far as the heat versus the cold, why is it that it's specifically kept, or why does the coldness of the storage room help preserve the item?
The cold can help prevent, let's say, growth of bacteria and mold that can degrade DNA.
And what does heat do conversely in reference to an item of forensic value?
Heat can help degrade DNA, and it also promotes bacterial and mold growth that can further degrade that DNA.
Now, when you receive an item from the cold storage, how is that item typically packaged when you retrieve it from there?
Sure. So the item comes in these plastic, clear, transparent plastic sealed containers that has a label with a case number on it. And inside of that, each sample is within like a small plastic tube that has a label with a case number and item number.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And what type of work in general terms were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to do the DNA analysis process.
And that was on several items, is that correct?
Correct.
And could you explain to the jury the sort of the process that you used to analyze evidence in this case?
Sure. So the case underwent the 4 steps that I explained before. So extraction, quantitation, amplification, and detection.
And there was a known standard that was done in this case, specifically in item number 8-1.1.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from that item 8-1.1.1?
Correct.
And how is that done?
Yeah, so that undergoes the same process that I explained. It'll go through the 4 steps: extraction, quantitation, amplification, detection. And then the analysts that did the interpretation and reported that out, the known standard out, they went through the profile to make sure that it's one person or single source. And once that went through the review process that I explained, so technical and administrative review, and once that was all completed, the standard was available to be used for comparisons.
And to whom was that known standard identified as belonging to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, you used the word in there as far as a single source. Can you explain to the jury what your understanding of that term is based on your training and experience?
Sure. So a single source is just a DNA profile that has one contributor to it. So only one person contributed DNA to that profile.
What exactly is a DNA profile?
Yeah, so a DNA profile is basically the combination of all of the locations that we amplified during the 3rd step of the process. And it's basically, you can think of it as like a chart, like an EKG, where it has peaks and valleys, and each peak has a specific number, and the DNA profile is just a combination of all those numbers put together.
Now, can you explain to the jury in general terms, to start with, the process of comparison between a known standard and a questioned or unknown standard?
Sure. So first, I did the analysis on the question items. I did the 4 steps. I analyzed the profiles that were generated. I then interpreted, make sure that I could determine the number of contributors. And once that was completed, I then used the standard that was available and compared them to all the profiles that were suitable for comparison.
Now, sir, starting with item 3-1.1, what was that a sample from?
That was a sample from taillight passenger.
And from a specific vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, information were you given as to that vehicle that the swab from the taillight was from?
Do you mean like the license plate?
Yes.
Could I refer to my notes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, just as This is a little detailed as far as the testimony goes.
I don't have
May-
a problem. Does the defense object?
I do not object,
Okay,
Your Honor.
thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the license plate was 3G6684. Right, I'm sorry, 3GC684.
Now, with reference to the swab from the taillight, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the sample, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least, so sorry. I'll just restart. So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. And the DNA profile from this item is at least 510 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, what does that mean?
So an inclusion is basically when I look at the question DNA profile that was generated, and I compare it to the known DNA profile. And if the characteristics of the known profile are consistent with the characteristics observed in the question DNA profile, that's an inclusion.
Now, as far as that number, 510 non-alien, how many zeros in that number?
So a non-alien is a 1 followed by 30 zeros.
Now, that profile, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe's profile, also had 2 unknown contributors, correct?
Correct.
Now, was that item also submitted to an outside vendor named Bodhi Technologies for further analysis?
Correct.
And with reference to your comparative analysis from the profile from this item to Mr. O'Keefe profile, if you could again just expound upon what does inclusion mean?
Yeah, so an inclusion, I compared the known standard that I had available for use from John O'Keefe to the DNA profile generated from the taillight. And the DNA profile was, if that was consistent with the DNA profile that I observed in the questioned item, and that's what an inclusion means.
Now, regarding item 3-6, what is the description of that item?
Yeah, so 3-6 is a root end of hair from exterior passenger side rear panel.
And is that the same vehicle as far as the taillight sample?
Correct.
Now, with respect to hair in general, there's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And what limitations does your lab have with regard to DNA testing of hair?
So when we test hair, we're actually, the root end of the hair, we're looking at any potential skin cells that might be attached to the root end. So that's where the DNA that we're looking for is coming from. And if there's not too many, yeah.
Are you familiar with the term based on your training experience known as autosomal DNA?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what your understanding of that term is?
Yeah, so autosomal DNA is DNA that's located in the nucleus of the cell, and that's the DNA that we inherit from both mom and dad.
Now, are you also familiar, based on your training experience, with a term known as mitochondrial DNA?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what your understanding of the term mitochondrial DNA is?
Yeah, so mitochondrial DNA is DNA that's found in the mitochondria of a cell, and we inherit that from the mother.
It may be somewhat evident, but could you please explain to the jury sort of the difference between autosomal DNA on the one hand and mitochondrial DNA on the other?
Yeah, so like I said, the autosomal DNA is the one that we have 2 copies of, where we inherit one from mom and one from dad. And then the mitochondrial DNA is a circular DNA that we just inherit from mom.
Now, is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab equipped to perform mitochondrial DNA testing?
No, we're not.
Now, was the DNA extract from the hair also sent to that external vendor, Bodhi Technologies in Lorton, Virginia?
I'm not sure if the extract was sent, but I know that the shaft of the hair was sent to Bodhi.
Now, what testing did you perform on the hair?
I did the regular DNA analysis process on the root end of the hair.
And that was done prior to it being shipped to that external vendor, is that correct?
Correct.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from the testing that you did on the hair?
Yeah, so there was no human DNA detected, and STR analysis was not performed.
Oh,
Now, what does
So
that mean,
cool.
sir?
Yeah, so it means that I didn't detect any human DNA. So there might be DNA on there, but it was below what our instrumentation could detect.
then why is he here? Cool.
Now, turning your attention to item 3-2.1.1. What is the description related to that item, sir?
It's a sample from the exterior of broken drinking glass.
And is there any further indication as far as the broken drinking glass, as far as where it was recovered?
Oh, yeah, 34 Fairview Road.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the drinking glass?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 530 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This supports an inclusion.
This is the last time I'll ask you this, but just if you could reiterate to the jury, what does an inclusion mean?
Yep, so an inclusion is when I compared the known standard to the question item, and if the profile in the known standard is consistent with the profile in the question profile, that's an inclusion.
And that number again, as far as 530 non-alien, how many zeros again in that number?
So
That's a
made up
1
number.
followed by 30 zeros.
Made
Now,
up.
sir, if I could turn your attention to another item, 7-1.2.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain A on upper right leg of jeans.
And is there any further indication as to whom those genes belong to?
John O'Keefe.
Now, were you also able to generate a DNA profile from this item, the stain A on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from the question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude with reference to that item?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison, and due to limited information, contributors 2 and 3 are not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 570 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. Now, turning your attention to item 7-1.3.1, what is the description related to that item?
Sample from stain B on upper right leg of jeans.
And same genes as the previous item?
Yes.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item, stain B, on the upper right leg of the genes of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yep, so the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 660 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.4.1, and again, these items with the dash and the point, is that what you were referring to earlier as the parent-child relationship between items?
Yes.
And what is the description for 7-1.4.1?
Sample from stain C on upper right leg of jeans.
I don't think
Now,
it
were you able to
does.
generate a DNA profile from this item from stain C on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis of this question item stain C to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile is a mixture of at least 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors. The DNA profile from this item is at least 830 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, with reference to item 7-1.5.1, what was the description of that?
Sample from stain D on upper right leg of jeans.
Now, were you able to generate a DNA profile from this item from stain D on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's genes?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 670 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also do some testing on an item 7-1.6.1?
Yes, I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain E on upper right leg of jeans.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, stain E, on the upper right leg of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
Yes, I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of two contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from two unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides a support for an inclusion.
I used a different number there as far as a decillion. How many zeros is a decillion?
Yeah, a decillion is a 1 followed by 33 zeros.
Now, with each of those items that you just testified about as
Should
far
they
as
have gloves on, though?
jeans, the question items from the stains on Mr. O'Keefe's jeans, those were each located on the right leg, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you also perform some analysis on item 7-1.7.1?
I did.
And what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from unstained areas of the exterior of jeans.
Good morning,
Now, were you
Nikki.
able to generate a DNA profile from that item from the unstained areas of the exterior of Mr. O'Keefe's jeans?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from this questioned item to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 4 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this
I think
item
I'm
is at
Leslie.
least 53 septillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and 3 unknown individuals than if it originated from 4 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, with that number, as far as 53 septillion times more likely, how many zeros in a septillion?
A septillion is a 1 followed by 24 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to what's listed as number 12 in your report, but item 7-18.4.1. Did you do some testing on that item as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front of Gray's long sleeve shirt.
And the gray long sleeve shirt, is that attributed as belonging to a specific person?
Yes, John O'Keefe.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, specifically sample from stain C on the top front of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that questioned item from the shirt to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from this item is at least 58 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And again, sir, that number, as far as 58 octillion times more likely, how many zeros in an octillion?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now, sir, if I could take you down to listed as 15 in your report, but did you do some testing on item 7-18.14.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item?
So sample from stain L on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis with reference to that item, the sample from stain L on the back bottom right of the gray long sleeve shirt, in comparison to the DNA profile from the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. The DNA profile from this item is at least 1.0 decillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now, sir, did you also perform some analysis on an item numbered 7-18.17.1?
I did.
And what was the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from unstained areas of exterior of gray long sleeve shirt.
And similarly, were you able to generate a DNA profile from that item, the sample from the unstained areas of the exterior of the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis from that question item to that of the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA. Contributor 1 is suitable for comparison. Due to limited information, contributor 2 is not suitable for comparison. The DNA profile from this item is at least 960 non-alien times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to group a couple, 4 separate
Riveting.
items from your report, starting with what's listed in your report as number 9 is item 7-3.1, correct?
Correct.
And what is the description associated with that item, sir?
Sample from stain D on right instep of sneaker.
And 11 from your report, you also did some analysis on item 7-18.3.1, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.7.1, do you see that as well?
Yes.
And what was the description associated with that item?
Sample from stain F on top front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, in this group, item 7-18.8.1, what was the description associated with that?
Sample from stain G on back left sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And with respect to each of those last 4 samples from those items, were you able to generate a DNA profile with respect to each of those 4?
Profiles were generated from them.
And what did you conclude based on the generation of those profiles with those 4 items?
Yeah, so the profiles that were generated were not suitable for comparison.
And if you could explain briefly to the jury, when you say not suitable for comparison, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so for 7-3.1, it was a mixture of at least 5 contributors. And at the DNA unit, we validated, basically we tested and make sure that our protocols were we can only interpret mixtures of up to 4 contributors. So I determined that there were 5 contributors, so that makes it too complex for us to do comparisons to it. So it's not suitable for comparison for that reason. And the other 3 items, due to the quality of the profile, they were not suitable for comparison. And basically what that means is that there were such low amounts of DNA that was in the sample that there was a lack of information from the profiles themselves, so they weren't really suitable for comparisons.
And just to be clear, the item that you're referring to with the 5 possible contributors, that's a shoe, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention in your report to what you have listed as number 10, there are a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And starting with item 7-17.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And 7-17.3, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain B on top of front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.4.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain C on top front left of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.5.1, what is the description associated with that item number?
Sample from stain D on front bottom right of orange t-shirt.
And item 7-17.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on back left shoulder of orange t-shirt.
And so each of those respectively were samples taken from stains on the orange t-shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Now turning your attention to item 7-18.2.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain A on right sleeve of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.5.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain D on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.6.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain E on center front of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.9.1, did you generate a profile from that item as well?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain H1 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.10.1, what is the description associated with that?
Are they panning to see if
stain
everyone's asleep?
H2 on back left of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.11.1, what is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain I on back right shoulder of gray long sleeve shirt.
And item 7-18.12.1, what is the description associated with that?
sample from stain J on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And lastly, with this group, sir, item 7-18.13.1. What is the description associated with that?
Sample from stain K on back bottom right of gray long sleeve shirt.
And so each of those items beginning with 7-18 were associated with various stains taken from various areas on the gray long sleeve shirt of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to each of those areas of the orange T-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, were you able to generate a DNA profile from those items?
I was.
And from your comparative analysis of each of the DNA profiles from those items to the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
So the male DNA profile was interpreted as it originated from a single contributor. The DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
Now again, if you could just remind the jury, when you say single source contributor, what does that mean?
Yeah, so a single source profile is a profile that has one contributor to it. So like one person contributed DNA to that profile.
And with respect to the number as far as 490 octillion times more likely, how many zeros are in that number?
So an octillion is a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
Now lastly, sir, did you perform any analysis with reference to items numbered 8-2 and 8-3?
I did.
And what were the descriptions respectively for items 8-2 and 8-3?
So item 8-2 was right hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe, and item 8-3 were left hand fingernail clippings from John O'Keefe.
So fingernail clippings from both the
Hey,
right and left
Terry.
hand of Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
And were you able to generate a DNA profile from those item numbers, the right and left hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe?
I was.
And based on, from your comparative analysis of the DNA profile from the right and left hand fingernail clippings, both of Mr. O'Keefe, taken in conjunction with the known standard of John O'Keefe, what did you conclude?
Yeah, so the male DNA profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
So with respect to each the right and left-hand fingernail clippings of Mr. O'Keefe, both of those were identified by you or your analysis as a single source contributor, correct?
Correct.
And they were each 490 octillion times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe than from an unknown, unrelated individual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
We don't do math here, Angie. Come on.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Oh, thank God.
Yes.
Oh, what a bummer. So, hey, surprise, guys. John's DNA was all over his clothes. Imagine that. Shocking.
Good morning,
So, we're a
sir.
bunch
Good
of
morning.
other unknown contributors. Oh, it's Yannetti. Okay.
Mr. Porto, I would like to start by asking you about item 3-1.1, which you've identified as a sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. Can you orient yourself in your report to that item?
Yes.
And that, of course, was the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You were never asked to do any DNA comparison on any pieces of taillight connected with this case, correct?
Let me check my other report.
Who's that guy that's sitting next to the podium? He's there every day.
For taillight, there was another item that was item 3-3.1, which was sample from apparent glass on rear bumper, if that's what you're referencing.
Okay, so if I suggested to you that the taillight was plastic, that glass wouldn't have been the taillight, correct?
I don't have, that's beyond my scope of testing.
Gotcha. Okay. With regard to the passenger side taillight, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight attached to the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe. Is that fair to say?
You're fine,
He was
Gabby.
included to the profile.
With regard to the other 2 contributors, who were they?
They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked to compare DNA samples from either Canton Police Detective Kevin Albert or Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz to the DNA profile that you analyzed from that passenger side taillight?
I was not.
Now, with regard to the broken drinking glass, which is item 3-2.1.1, do you see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to that, you came up with a DNA profile that also had 3 contributors, correct?
Correct.
One of those contributors appeared to be John O'Keefe, correct?
He was included, correct.
Who were the other 2 contributors?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Were you ever asked with regard to that broken drinking glass to compare the DNA profile that you analyzed with the DNA of either Boston Police Sergeant Brian Albert or ATF agent Brian Higgins?
I was not.
There's the Bryans.
Now, with regard to 7.1.2.1, or maybe it's 7-1.2.1, that's the stain A from the upper right
I feel
leg
it.
of the jeans?
Correct.
All right. And you were aware, you were told that those were the jeans that John O'Keefe was wearing on the morning in question when he was found?
Based on the sample description, that's what it seems.
All right. And it turned out that his DNA was on his own jeans, correct?
He was included in the profile
All
from
right.
that
And
item.
that was unsurprising to you, correct? And with regard to that item, you found that there were 3 contributors of DNA, correct?
Correct.
With John O'Keefe being one of them.
He was included in the profile, yes.
And who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Let's move on to stain B, also from the upper right leg of the jeans. That is 7-1.3.1. You see that in your report.
I do.
When you found a DNA profile, how many contributors of DNA were there?
3 contributors.
All right. And again, this was John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
So he was one of the 3 contributors.
He was included in the profile, yeah.
Who were the other 2?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
Moving on to stain C from the upper right leg of the jeans. 7-1.4.1. You see that in your report?
I do.
With regard to the DNA profile that you analyzed there, how many contributors of DNA were there to that profile?
At least
Yes.
2, and it was interpreted as 2 contributors.
Yes, Boss.
And again, this is the same pair of jeans that he was found in, correct?
Based on the description, yes.
And you said at least 2 contributors. It actually could have been more than 2.
Based on our protocols, I had to call it 2, and we determined it as 2, but it could be more than 2, yes.
Okay. Well, let's pay attention to the one that was not John O'Keefe, at least that one. Who contributed that DNA to his pants?
I don't know. It could be anybody.
Moving on to stain D, which is 7-1.5.1. And if I can just put my glasses on to make sure I've read my own writing correctly. Actually, is it 7-15-1? Did I get that wrong the first time?
D?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean
Stain
stain D?
Stain D.
Stain D is 7-1.5.1.
Oh, I had it right the first time. Okay. With regard to that stain, you also got a DNA profile. And how many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpret it as 3 contributors.
And again, this is John O'Keefe's genes, correct?
Correct.
He was one of the contributors to his own genes, correct?
He was included in the profile.
And
correct.
with regard to that stain on the upper right leg of his jeans, who contributed the DNA to who were the other 2 contributors of DNA to that stain?
I don't know. They could be anybody.
And then finally, with regard to that upper right leg of the jeans, there was also a stain E, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors did you find to that DNA profile?
2 contributors.
One of which was John O'Keefe to his own genes, correct?
He was included, yes.
And who was the other contributor to that stain on the genes?
It could be anybody, I don't know.
And by the way, just for the record, that was 7.1.6.1?
7-1.61.
7-1.6.1. Thank you, sir. Okay, now, with regard to the unstained area of the exterior of the genes, do you see item 7-1.7.1?
Yes.
You found a DNA profile with regard to that unstained area as well, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors of DNA were there to that unstained area of the genes?
I interpreted it as 4 contributors.
And John O'Keefe was one of those, correct?
He was included in the profile.
His own genes.
Based on the description, yes.
Who were the other 3 contributors to that DNA profile?
I don't know, it could be anybody.
Could be anybody. So happy we're
And,
doing this, you
Before
guys.
we move on to the sneaker, I just wanted to ask you a question about the passenger side taillight that I neglected to ask you. That was the one where there were 3 contributors, correct? And again, I'm going back to 3-1.1.
Correct.
Sorry to skip around, sir.
Okay.
I'm not trying to make this
all
any
right.
more confusing than it is. With regard to the passenger side taillight and that DNA profile, are you able to determine when that DNA was deposited on the passenger side taillight that was attached to the vehicle?
No, I'm not.
Are you able to testify with any certainty that it was deposited there, say, on January 28th or 29th of 2022?
No, I can't.
So, consistent with your analysis of it, are you able to say whether it occurred prior to January 28th of 2022?
No, I can't.
Were you aware that that vehicle was John
You're good,
O'Keefe's
Kathy.
girlfriend's vehicle?
Should be
Not-
infuriated. This
I
is
was not.
crazy.
Were you provided any information about just how often he had been in and around that vehicle prior to January 28th of 2022? So moving on to 7-3.1, which was the right instep of the sneaker, correct? You see that in
Correct.
your report?
Yep.
With regard to that particular stain, you noted how many contributors of DNA?
Yeah, it was interpreted as at least 5 contributors.
And when you have interpreted it as at least 5 contributors, what does that do to your ability to find out who contributed that DNA?
So based on our protocols, we're not able to do any comparisons to any mixtures that are 5 or more contributors, so it's not suitable for comparisons.
Okay, which means that with regard to the sneaker at least, you couldn't even say whether John O'Keefe's DNA was on it, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all 5, do you have any idea who contributed the DNA to that sneaker?
No, I don't.
Cool.
Now, moving on to, I just have a couple more for you, sir. Moving on to what is labeled as stain L, which is 7-18.14.1, I believe. Do you see that in your report?
I do?
And that was a stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt, correct?
Correct.
And were you told that the long sleeve shirt was his outer clothing when he was found?
I don't believe so.
How many contributors to that stain on the back bottom of his long sleeve shirt did you find in that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
And did you make any match with regard to either of those contributors or both?
I did comparisons, and John O'Keefe was included as one of the contributors.
Okay, so John O'Keefe was a contributor of DNA to his own long sleeve shirt, correct?
Based on the descriptions, correct.
All right, and whose other DNA was on that shirt?
I don't know.
And then finally, with regard to 7-18.17.1, that was an unstained area of the exterior of that shirt, correct? That same long sleeve shirt.
Correct.
And you tested that and got a DNA profile, correct?
Correct.
How many contributors were there to that DNA profile?
I interpreted it as 2 contributors.
Was John O'Keefe one of them?
He was included as one of the contributors,
Okay, so his DNA was found on his own shirt, correct?
based on the description, correct.
And who contributed the other DNA profile to John O'Keefe's sweatshirt?
I don't know.
Cool.
With regard to any of the stains on the upper right leg of the jeans, I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that you've discussed here today. Were you ever asked to compare the DNA profile with the DNA profiles of either Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
I was not. Oh,
And your answer was you were not?
I was not.
Did anybody ever provide you with DNA profiles of Brian Higgins or Brian Albert?
Sustained to that.
Probably not.
If I may have one moment, Judge?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. This is just so ridiculous. So ridiculous. Could be anybody, you guys. Anybody.
I just have one more question for you, Mr. Porto, and I do want to thank you for answering all my questions here today. You wrote reports on your analysis of all the items and the work that you did on this case,
I did.
and you are directed pursuant to protocol to address those reports to somebody, correct?
Correct.
Who was it that you sent the reports to in this case?
I'm sustaining the objection.
Did you send those reports to Michael Proctor?
Sustain. Jurors, strike the question.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Hmm.
Yes.
Interesting. Oh my gosh. Oof.
Mr. Porto, based on your training and experience and years of doing DNA testing at the lab, when it comes to samples from items of clothing, is it uncommon or common to have multiple contributors?
That depends. It can happen, but it's possible, yes.
Is it something that's a complete anomaly?
I wouldn't say so, no.
Now, turning your attention back to item 3-1.1, that's the sample from the passenger side tail light of the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. O'Keefe was found to, his known DNA profile was found to be an inclusion for the DNA profile from the swab from the defendant's passenger side tail light, correct?
He was included in the profile, yes.
And to what statistical, what is the number associated with that inclusion, sir?
The DNA profile from this item is 510 non-alien times more likely to have originated from John O'Keefe and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown, unrelated individuals.
Now, Mr. Porter, if I could turn you back to number 10 in your report, there's a number of different items listed there, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the items listed associated with various stains on various areas of Mr. O'Keefe's orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, there's about 13 different DNA profiles that you generated in reference to those items, correct?
Correct.
And from those 13 different items, they're all from a single contributor, is that correct?
Correct. They were interpreted as originated from a single contributor.
And as far as the DNA profile, your comparison of each of those 13 different stains on the orange t-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, what were your conclusions again as your comparison with the known standard of John O'Keefe?
Yeah, so the profile was interpreted as originated from a single contributor, and the DNA profile from these items is at least 490 octillion times more likely if it originated from John O'Keefe than if it originated from an unknown, unrelated individual. This provides support for an inclusion.
And lastly, with reference to the fingernail clippings from both the right hand and the left hand of Mr. O'Keefe, those were also, your analysis provided for inclusion of Mr. O'Keefe's known DNA standard, correct?
He was included in the profile correct.
And again, the profile from both the right hand and the left hand fingernail clippings was a single source contributor, correct?
Sustained.
How many sources were associated with those?
Objection.
Sustained.
Nothing further.
Okay, you all set, Mr. United?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You are all set, Mr. Porto.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. Who is the next witness?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Ashley Valier to stand.
Okay. Jim.
Super cool. That was super cool. So helpful. Learned nothing. Neat.
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and herein shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, who's
All right,
this?
Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Valier.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Ash Valier, spelled Vallier.
And where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And where did you go to school?
I got my bachelor degree in biochemistry and cell biology from UC San Diego, and a master's degree in biomedical forensic sciences from Boston University.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work from there?
Directly after I got my degree at Boston University, I worked at the Broad Institute.
And what did you do at the Broad Institute?
I did quality control checks of items that potentially could be tested for pharmaceutical use.
Now, how long have you worked at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A little over 6 years.
Now, is the state lab accredited?
It is.
And by whom?
ANAB.
And what does ANAB stand for?
It stands for ANSI National Accreditation Board.
And the ANSI within the ANAB, what does that stand for?
That is another acronym that I don't recall right now.
Now, as part of that accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of type of proficiency testing?
I do.
And can you explain to the jury what that proficiency testing process consists of?
A proficiency test is a test that is given from an outside agency in the discipline that you do casework in, that you would work through like a normal case, but it has an end expected result at the end.
And how often do you undergo proficiency testing?
Every year.
And what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I've done proficiency tests in gunshot primer residue and physical match analysis.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
I have.
Now, when you initially joined the State Police Lab, what was your position and title that you were hired for?
I was hired as a forensic scientist 1.
Now, can you please explain to the jury what your duties and responsibilities were as a forensic scientist 1?
So a forensic scientist 1 is the introductory level. It's when you start your training in whatever discipline you're going to be trained in and quality control checks. After you've been at the laboratory for over a year and you're signed off to do casework, you become a forensic scientist 2.
And you're currently a forensic scientist 2, is that correct?
Yes.
What is the difference between a forensic scientist 1 and a forensic scientist 2 at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
A forensic scientist 2 has been at the lab for over a year and can do casework.
Now, just in general terms, what does the trace unit do or examine within the State Police Crime Laboratory?
I'm a part of the trace, arson, and explosives unit. So we analyze a wide range of pieces of evidence. So trace covers a lot of small things. So paint, fibers, glass, gunshot primer residue, physical matches. Arson covers fire debris evidence, and explosives covers explosives.
Now, specifically with reference to physical match analysis, can you explain to the jury, just in general terms at first, how was that analysis performed?
So physical match analysis is piecing broken things together to see if they were at once a single item. Generally, you look at the questioned item first, the item that you don't know specifically where it came from. Look at that, and then you would look at the known item, which is an item with a known source, like specifically like this window or like this vehicle. They're analyzed at separate times. And then if it looks like there could potentially be a physical match, you would analyze them together and see if they have a mechanical fit.
Now, when you retrieve items just in general to do some sort of physical match analysis, where do you get those items from?
We have evidence storage locations at the laboratory.
And how are they typically packaged when you receive them?
They can be packaged in cardboard boxes, brown paper bags, heat-sealed plastic bags. It depends on the individual items.
And when you're doing this analysis as far as a physical match analysis, what do you do to your bench between your examination of separately packaged items?
Before I do any analysis, I bleach my bench, clean my tools, and then put down a fresh sheet of butcher paper.
And why do you do that?
To make sure everything's clean.
Now, again, speaking more in general terms, on what types of evidence can you perform a physical match analysis?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. In general terms, with your work within the lab, on
No,
what
you didn't,
types of
RTC.
items can you perform a
missed
physical
nothing.
match analysis?
A lot. Anything that has a broken or irregular edge.
Would that include glass?
Yes.
Would that include plastic?
Yes.
What are some of the other things that would also include?
Any sort of like polymer, metals.
And when you're doing a physical match analysis, what instruments do you utilize in the course of that analysis?
Generally, I'll use a stereo zoom microscope. Depending on the size of the items compared, I can use other microscopes as well.
Now, what is a stereo zoom microscope?
A stereo zoom microscope is a microscope that's mounted on a stand, so it gives a wider range of view that you can look at larger items.
And how are you using that specifically in your physical match analysis of, let's say, items of plastic?
I'll use it to look at the edges and see if there's any like defining characteristics along those broken edges.
Now, as you're going through your analysis, do you document your work as you go?
I do,
And how do you do that?
with handwritten notes and with photos.
Now, at some point, were you assigned to perform some work on lab case number 22-02184 pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
And what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
I was asked to do physical match analysis, and then later on I was asked to look at, do some trace recovery, look at some debris.
Starting with the physical match analysis, how many different items approximately were you asked to look at?
Over 10?
Several, fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And how are each of those items packaged when you receive them?
So the questioned items were packaged first in a large paper bag, and then each item was individually packaged in a smaller brown paper bag within that container.
Now, again, just in general terms, because you've used it a couple times, when you say questioned item versus known item, as it pertains to this analysis in this case, what were the questioned items generally, and what was the known item?
The question items were items labeled as coming from a road, and the known item was labeled as coming from a taillight from a vehicle.
Now, in this case, did you perform your physical match analysis in the same manner that you've previously described based on your education, training, and experience within the lab?
Yes.
Now, initially, you had examined some various plastic and glass items, and there was a drinking straw in there as well, correct?
Yes.
And specifically, as far as the item numbers that you looked at in this physical match analysis, could you provide the jury with a list of just the item numbers first to start with?
May
Your
I?
Honor.
Do you have your report with you, Ms. Willett?
I do.
Okay, is there any objection, Mr. Nady, to using the report?
No objection at all.
So feel free to use your.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the questioned items labeled as coming from the road were item 7-5, item 7-6, 7-8, 7-9, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, 7-16, and 7-19. And the known item labeled coming from the passenger side taillight is item 3-1.
Now, Ms. Valier, within those specific item numbers of how things are labeled at your lab, if there are different pieces associated with the same item, how is it that you label those, specifically in this physical match analysis here?
So some of the items had multiple pieces within that item. So I labeled them A, B, C, etc., depending on how many pieces there were.
Now, if you could, please explain to the jury just, again, the process that you followed in your examination of each of those items.
So first I looked at the questioned items, the items labeled as coming from the road. I looked at, I documented the overall package because they were all packaged in the same container, the same brown paper bag. Documented that individually. Inside of it, there were a bunch of individual brown paper bags. Documented that, and I went one at a time through them, opening each paper bag, taking written notes, taking photos of the items inside. Within each item, I looked to see if any of those pieces fit together. And I cleaned my bench in between the items.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
And Your Honor, so of course, I've shown Mr. Yannetti all the photos.
Hi, Simone. Love your new
Is there an
picture, by the
objection
way.
to any of it, Mr. Nady?
I didn't get to say that last night, but love it.
As evidence?
Your Honor, if I could, I was going to take them item by item.
Okay.
There's Annie. Good morning, Annie.
Ms. Valier, I'm showing you 4 photographs. You recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
These are photos that I took of item 3-1.
Again, what was the description associated with item 3-1?
Passenger side taillight.
And was that description further give sort of a specific vehicle or license plates associated with the vehicle that the taillight came?
It does. Massachusetts 3GC684.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and D.
Right, those are covered. That's why I wanted to just mark them all because they're all covered.
That's fine. If the court prefers, I can provide them.
All right.
Exhibits 170A through 170D.
May I approach with the remainder, Your Honor?
Yes. And if you have them in sections, we can do that.
This way I'm showing you 2 more photographs. Just ask if you recognize those.
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-5.
And again, from your report, what was the description in reference to item 7-5?
Yeah.
Thank you. You're fine, Mr. Loud. Yes.
Okay. Piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Okay.
Exhibit 171A and B.
My apologies, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I publish some of those
Yes.
photos to the jury? Ms. Gilman, if I could first ask for photograph 2122. And Ms. Blair, what's up on the screen, that is the bag associated with the passenger side taillight, or the known item, correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just enlarge a little bit towards the bottom where the ruler is. Now, Ms. Valier, what's up on the screen now as far as the sort of notations there? Who made those?
I did.
And how do you know that you were the one who made those?
That's my handwriting, and those are my initials.
So the AMV is for your name, correct?
Yes.
And with respect to each of the items that you photographed, you had photographs that were taken of sort of what was in the evidence bag in total, displayed on your table that you would clean with the solution and everything else, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom out a little bit to show the item. And again, what's up on the screen, that is item 3-1, the known item as far as the tail light from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2126. And Ms. Valier, if you could just describe for the jury, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same items, just turned over.
And lastly, for this set, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2135. And again, same item as far as 3-1, the tail light taken from the defendant's vehicle.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for photograph 1905. And Ms. Valier, as far as with each of these items, you take photographs when they're inside the bag and then once you take them out of the bag, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1908. And what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of item 7-5.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, 2 more photographs. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-6.
And that's one of the bag and then one when the item is taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the description for item 7-6?
Piece of plastic, clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I appreciate those. I'll call them up to seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit, A and B.
Okay. 172 A and B.
With the court's permission, may I publish those to the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1921. And then photograph 1924. And what's depicted up on the screen is that what you just have before you as the photograph that you took of item 7-6 recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Other photographs, you review those? Can you recognize those?
I do.
What do you recognize as?
Photos I took of item 7-8.
And one of the bag and then one of the items removed from the bag, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is the description associated with item 7-8?
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Call them up to seek to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit, A and B. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those to the jury.
Yes. Exhibits 173 A and B.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 1931. And then 1934.
You guys are funny.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on those items, please. And Ms. Lear, again, what are we looking at in this photograph of item 7 dash, what are we looking at again in this photograph, excuse me?
Photos of item 7-8.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs. Those. And you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-9 and 7-19.
And as far as the first photograph, as far as the bag, and then second with the items taken out of the bag, is that correct?
Yes,
So 7-9 and 7-19 were contained in the same bag?
they were. I then separated them into 2 separate packages.
And as far as 7-9 and 7-19 respectively, if you could tell the jury what was the description for each of those items.
Item 7-9 was pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Item 7-19 is trace item, black straw, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Your Honor, will seek to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit, A and B. May I publish, Your Honor?
Hold on.
Oh, forgive me.
174A and 174B.
Now you can publish.
My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1958, please,
Thank you, Shanta. Thank you.
and then 1962. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The contents of that bag, item 7-9 and item 7-19.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Two other photographs, do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize?
I don't know, Bobby. That's a good
Photos of
question.
Item 7-10.
I feel like
Again, one of the bag,
the
and
number
one of the contents of the bag,
46
is that
sounds
correct?
familiar,
Yes.
If
but
you could, please tell the jury what was the description for item 7-10.
Piece
48.
of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
Almost seek to introduce
46.
Exhibit A and B.
nailed it.
Exhibits 175A and B.
Look at that.
May I publish that for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 1952. And 1956. And again, Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-10.
Thank you.
Which feels like a lot of pieces of taillight. Like, a lot.
Two other photographs, do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos of item 7-11.
And again, one photo of the bag and one photo of the items outside of the bag.
Yes.
And again, if you could, please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-11.
Piece of plastic, 6, red, clear, and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
The Commonwealth is seeking to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A and B.
Right?
176A and B.
It's weird.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, 1979 and 1982. Again, Ms. Lear, I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom in just a little on the items themselves. And Ms. Lear, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Photo of item 7-11.
These are photos, again, that you took in the lab during the course of your
didn't.
comparative
Hold
or
on.
physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Oops.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Did she say?
Two other photos, you could look at those.
I don't know where it went, Angie. Can you repost it again? I'm sorry. It might have been when I was putting the cold compress on my
do.
eyes.
What do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-12.
That's okay.
Again,
That's why we
photograph
warn
of the
people
bag,
that Diddy
photograph of the
is
Side of the back.
Yes.
you
not
could,
for
please tell the
everybody,
jury what,
and I am not
is the
offended
description
in
of item
any
7-13.
way if it's too much for
Trace item
anybody.
14, glass and clear
And I
plastic,
appreciate you and your
recovered
support.
from 34 Fairview Road.
The Commonwealth will seek to introduce in the minutes the next
Okay.
exhibit, A and B.
Exhibit 177A
Oh.
and 177B.
Okay, I'm sorry I missed it, Ange.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2015 and 2018. And again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little on the items. Thank you. And Ms. Valier, again, can you describe what's depicted up on the screen?
A photo I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Two other photographs. You recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Photos I took of item 7-13.
And again, one of the bag and then one with the items removed from the bag.
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what is the description for item 7-13.
Piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'd love to seek to introduce in the minutes next exhibit A and B.
Exhibit 178A and 178B.
What? I don't know if that's true or
May I
not.
publish?
Yes.
I don't
Ms.
know.
Gilman, 1997.
I don't see how they could be bored about it though, because
And
it's a
2000.
lot.
And
Maybe
again,
they
Ms.
walked
Gilman,
up
if
'cause
you
it
could,
was
please
too
zoom in
much.
on
I
the
don't know if
items.
it-
Thank you.
Be because they were bored, but
And
never
Ms.
know.
Valier, directing your attention to the screen, can you describe for the jury what is depicted on the screen now?
A photo I took of item 7-13.
May I approach the
Yes.
witness, Your Honor?
he's a very dapper looking man.
Two other photos. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-14.
Oh my gosh, are we gonna go
And,
through
again,
every
one of
single
the bag
piece?
And one of the item removed from the bag.
Yes.
And again, could you please tell the jury what the description is associated with item 7-14?
Pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I want to seek to introduce as the next exhibit, A and B.
Exhibits 179A and B.
Cool.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2009 and 2012.
Would
And
you
again, Ms.
expect the
Gilman, if
tailor
you
to
could
shatter
zoom in
like
on
that?
the item.
And Jay.
And Ms. Valier, as far as what's
It's fair, we
depicted on the
deserve
screen,
that.
again, if you could describe for the jury what that is.
A photo of item 7-14.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, look who we have. Hello, good morning.
Good
We have the
morning.
lovely Terry True Crime. Hi, babes.
Your voice, little crackly
do.
today.
And what do you recognize?
Oh, I am not
Photos of
well.
item 7-15.
I
Again, one of the bag and one of the items
Not well.
from the bag, correct?
Yes.
And,
But that's
if
okay,
you
'cause
could,
it's
please
Friday.
tell the jury what
So-
the
Yes,
description associated with
Who
item
cares?
7-14.
No
It was
makeup,
last night.
nothing.
Piece
It
of
pushed you over
plastic,
the edge.
3 clear and 5
No,
red,
because-
recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
The Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the
Okay.
next exhibit, A and B.
180.
Keep trying to click this one. There we go. That's what I've heard too about
May I
it
publish, Your Honor?
being
Yes.
polycarbonate.
Gilman, if I could have 2072.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes.
because why would you use polycarbonate if it breaks easier
2077,
than
please.
glass?
For taillight of all things, correct.
Again, if you could zoom just a little
Excuse
as far
me.
as the items are concerned.
I'm not the car person, so.
And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
I do, Mom.
Item 7-15.
One of your lemon blueberry cheesecakes, please. And thank you.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Oh, can I get one of those?
She makes the best homemade cheesecake. Like, it's homemade. So
Other
good.
photographs,
Like in a
do you recognize
springform
that?
pan and everything?
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's amazing.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
Photos I took of item 7-16.
And again, one of the bag and then
Mama
one of the
Llama,
contents
can I
from
get
the bag,
one,
is that
please?
correct?
Yes.
And if you could, please tell the jury what was the description associated with item 7-16.
I'm not a fan of her new hair.
Piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road.
I'm about to seek to introduce the minutes of next.
All they're doing is going through each piece of plastic.
Exhibit 181.
I was on my work calls, and when I could, I would mute that and was listening.
Huh. You didn't
May I
fall
publish,
asleep
Your
in your work call from listening to
Gentlemen,
that.
if I could
Oh
have
my.
2036.
And then one of my work calls, he was like, well, let's wrap up because I'm sure you need to go over to court. I was like,
Ms.
how did you
Gilman, if
know?
you
He
could
goes,
zoom in just a
I'm a
little.
lurker.
Thank you very much.
We love our
And Ms. Flair, if
lurkers,
you could,
Our
please describe for
chatters,
the
our
jury what we're
lurkers.
looking at in this particular
our
photo.
replay crew.
This is item 7-16.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down.
I feel like even for this tailor to break into this many pieces, it would have to be going like faster.
I just had a thought. I live near one of those wreck places where you can go and pull parts off of
Okay, yeah.
wrecked cars.
Uh-huh.
Now,
Maybe I
with
should go and
respect to
get a
each of these
taillight.
items that you examined in your
Yes.
physical
Throw
match
it up,
analysis,
drop it, film it.
Yes. Should
again,
do
as far as
that.
the process is concerned, with the question items, what are you doing with reference to each of those question items first?
First, I document them, as you've seen.
Look at that, Terry. Maybe
see
when
if
you
any
come
of
to
those-
Ohio.
Within the item, have a physical match with each other. And then I'll package that away and look at all the questioned items before I compare inter-questioned items to see if there are any physical matches in between all of the 7- items.
And as far as your notes are concerned, what is it that you're noting in reference to each of those items as far as what characteristics of the item are you taking note of?
I'll note the size, the color, and the material.
And what, if any, measurements do you take of each of those respective items as well?
I'll take the length
I
and
don't
width
feel
of,
good. It's
each
fine.
item.
My mom used to
Now,
go by
with
super
respect,
bitch.
starting with item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the defendant's vehicle, sort of internally within that item 3-1, what did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis within that item alone?
Within item 3-1, I believe 4 of the pieces fit together.
And, Your Honor, if the witness may refer to her notes
Yes.
as to, thank you.
Yes, four of the pieces fit together within item 3-1.
And which 4 of the pieces?
Pieces A, B, D, and F.
And as far as the labeling of those pieces of an individual item, let's just start with item 3-1. A, B, D, and F, how are they labeled and how do you sort of physically label those items?
We have a label maker in the lab, so I'll print out the case number, the item number, and then A, B, C, and my initials, and that goes physically on each of those items, or of those pieces.
So if any of those items had a sticker on it with a letter or something associated with that, that would be something that you did during the course of your physical match analysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-5, piece of plastic, red, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude as far as your physical match analysis just within that single item?
There was no physical match noted among those 3
that's
pieces
true.
of apparent plastic.
And when you say no physical match found from the different pieces within that item, what does that mean?
The broken edges of each piece did not align.
So the broken edges of the individual pieces within item 7-5 did not fit together with the broken edges of pieces within item 7-5, correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to item 7-6, a clear piece of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude based on your physical match analysis just pertaining to that item 7-6?
So this item was 2 pieces of colorless apparent plastic, and there was no physical match noted between those two pieces.
Now, with reference to item 7-8, red and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just with the pieces contained within item 7-8?
So there were 14 pieces. Pieces C and D fit together, and pieces E and F fit together.
And when you say fit together, is there a term of art used within your field called a mechanical fit?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean as far as what is a mechanical fit?
So a mechanical fit and a physical match are the same thing. It's when the broken edges align together to show that they were once a single item.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 7-9, pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis of just the individual pieces contained within item 7-9?
So this item had 3 pieces, and no physical match was found between those.
Turning your attention to item 7-10, red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able, that is a single item, is that correct?
Correct.
So no physical match because there's nothing to match, it's just one piece, correct?
Correct.
And turning your attention to item 7-11, identified as 6 red, clear, and black pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What did you conclude in regard to your physical match analysis just within those pieces contained within 7-11?
So that item had 6 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 6.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-12, which was identified as 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Again, what did you conclude from your physical match analysis just from the various pieces contained within item 7-12?
So there were 14 pieces overall. Pieces B, C, D, F, and K fit together mechanically as one unit. And then pieces E and I fit together mechanically as one unit. And pieces M and N fit together mechanically as one unit.
Now, through your examination of these pieces in particular and other pieces as well, did you note any debris contained on the pieces that you located?
Yes.
And can you say anything as far as what that debris was, or was there any analysis done of that debris specifically?
I just note that there was debris present, and I package it into a tin that's retained with the original packaging.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, that was a piece of plastic, red and black, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, just with respect to your physical match analysis of the various pieces of 7-13, what did you conclude?
So that item had 3 pieces, and there was no physical match noted among those 3.
And again, with reference to item 7-14, piece of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, that was again a single item, correct?
A single piece, yes.
So I'll turn your attention to item 7-15, 3 clear and 5 red pieces of plastic recovered from 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes.
And what were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis, again, just from the various pieces contained within item 7-15?
So there were 8 pieces in this one. Pieces F and H fit together mechanically.
Turning your attention to Lastly, for this purpose, item 7-16, a piece of plastic, red and clear, recovered from 34 Fairview Road. What were you able to conclude from your physical match analysis just contained within the pieces of that single item 7-16?
So that item had 7 pieces. Pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, Ms. Valier, once you had examined each of those pieces individually, what did you do next in your analysis?
Next, I compared all of the inter-questioned, these items 7-5 to 7-16. I compared them to see if there was a mechanical fit amongst those, between those items.
Mr. Lally, is this a good place for our break?
It's perfect, yes, Your Honor.
It's perfect.
All right, jurors, we'll take our morning break. We'll see you back here in about 15, 20 minutes. It's where you can walk
15,
over.
20 minutes means an hour, probably.
Can I see counsel for a minute, please?
Of course. Let's say it together, class. Thanks, Bev.
Sorry, I went and shut Double H's door because he got on a call and he seems to forget when I say I'm going to be on camera. What's up with the men in our lives?
I don't know. Don't they understand? We are YouTube celebrities.
Remember what my 4-year-old grandson said, Mama, you're not a cool YouTuber.
Oh, no.
I told him, I said, why is that? He goes, because you're boring. I said, what do you mean? He goes, you don't do cool stunts.
You don't go do cool stunts or open or open stuff for other people or things like that. Well, I think you're cool. One of these days.
I think we're cool too. And I'm kind of glad he doesn't think our content's cool because he has no idea what our content is. So
I would hope not. I would hope not.
he also
So
said I'm
this
a little
one-
too old to be on YouTube. And I told him that he needs to remember I am his mama and that whatever I do, it should be cool.
Out of the mouth of babes. So this morning has been like so boring.
Yeah. Well,
I
I'm
don't know.
exhausted. You don't feel good. They're going to put us
Yeah.
to sleep.
I think so. The DNA guy was in, guess what? There was John's DNA all over his clothes. Oh,
Imagine that.
I know. Basically everything that they tested, John's DNA, I think the taillight too. I kind of missed the taillight. That was the first one they went over because I was letting my dogs out and stuff. I think they said they found like 3 different kinds of DNA there though, when he recapped later, but it was always his and then other unknown people for everything. So like, I don't even know why, like, why would you even bring that? To me, that helps the defense's argument, you know, to say that there's all this other DNA all over the taillight, all over his clothes, his shoes. So I thought that was interesting. Chat, help me out here. I don't think they swabbed. Did they talk about the tears in his shirt? Was there any DNA, animal DNA? Did they mention ferrets or pigs? I don't think so. But so that was a bust witness. I don't even know. And then this lady, who I guess ends up putting the tail light together, which it sounds like some of the pieces don't fit, but for me, we know it doesn't matter to me if she puts it together because they failed at collecting the evidence properly. That it's like, okay, great, whatever you have to say. I mean,
where did it come from? Did they break it in the lab and then put the pieces together? I mean,
no, they took all the pieces from the yard and are trying to put it together.
I think it was in the yard.
I mean, that's the thing, right? Is like, this is what happens when you don't follow proper procedure and protocol when collecting evidence, right? Because there's no evidence log. There's only photos from the one piece they found on the road and then the excavation, like on the 3rd, but none when they found the other 44
Isn't it-
pieces.
When the guy driving down the road, the
Mhm.
police chief who's not supposed to work the case, in the
Yeah.
rain that he was driving down the road and he just happened to see it.
Yeah. Like, so I don't really care what this one has to say because it doesn't, to me, I mean, other people may, and that's totally fine. I'm just saying the fact that it wasn't done properly. Oh, what are we doing? What
All
are we
right,
doing?
Mr. Leslie, I'll hear you.
Ooh, yes.
You are unmuted.
Thank you.
Bring me some spice, Alessi, please.
Yes. Let's go.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, Your Honor discussed with the parties, and parties were heard with regard to the issues we have raised with regard to the timing of the May 8th report from Mr. Burgess that the defense received on May 11th. And what I wanted to do, Your Honor, is briefly provide the information Your Honor asked for yesterday, which was how much time we might need under various circumstances.
Okay.
And so I wanted to take a few moments to put that in context. It will only take me a brief amount of time to do so.
Okay.
So, Your Honor, there is a timing issue, but there's most importantly a substantive issue. I will not, of course, go into the detail of yesterday, but the timing really is informed by the substantive issue. And so, with regard to the matter, we went back and we looked at more deeply the effect of this timing and this movement of the what has been referred to as clock drift in Mr. Burgess's report that we got on May 11th. I spoke of the significance yesterday, and here's what I would like to add as is relevant to the time we're going to need. I again urge the court to reject it substantively, because what we did was we went and we looked at matters such as the cross-examination of a key witness in this case, Jennifer McCabe. She testified with regard to observing a vehicle at 12:45 a.m. And that's a significant point. I know I don't need to elucidate for Your Honor. All of this is going in significant part, if not total part, to what has been as alleged a collision here, which we vigorously contest. No collision ever occurred. But the timing of it, the timing of what's alleged by the Commonwealth is very important. The seconds are important. Literally 1 second can turn not only the Commonwealth's theory completely around in circles and debunk it, but also the jury's analysis of it. And this is the point I wanted to elucidate today, is that the jurors have been provided information, and the defense has aimed its defense on this claim based upon, in large part, timing. So now what we have is on May 11th, Mr. Burgess changing the timing. So what does it affect? Not only witnesses like Jennifer McCabe, who we crossed, we strategized with regard to, but also my decision to not even cross Trooper Garino, because Trooper Garino had testimony with regard to when Ms. Reed connected with the Wi-Fi at One Meadows, and there's a certain time associated with that. We have Mr. Whiffen, who went through, the Commonwealth went through a timeline, and we believe they went through a timeline for the theory that they had. And I cross-examined Mr. Whiffen extensively with regard to that timeline. There were several defense strategies, and effectuations of strategies based upon that timing. So with regard to the substance, Your Honor, and there's more, but I think that's a fair representation. It innervates our entire defense. The question now of Your Honor of how much time it will take the defense to react to Mr. Burgess, I wanted to say it's not only a reaction, but it's a substantive defense analysis, and 3/4 of the effectuation of that has already occurred through our presentation in terms of cross-examination. So we would have to, and we're still evaluating that, revisit all of that. And secondly, we would have to put that into the calculation of all of our witnesses that we've already prepared that are based upon that timeline. So it is a very significant point. And to the extent that the Commonwealth tries to argue, well, you know, we never really committed that much to a certain time period. I again urge the court to look at the report of Dr. Judson Welcher, where he has 1162-2 with a specific range, 38 to 43. And even in their range, it's a very small time, which further supports how each second matters in this regard. Now to the answer to the question Your Honor asked yesterday. Again, I urge that it just be rejected and we keep this trial moving in its current pace. To the extent that that does not occur, and again, we urge that it be rejected, the report, because it's a Rule 14 violation, there is no remedy for the defense. However, to the extent, and given Your Honor nonetheless asked me for an answer in time, we would need 4 days to be able to address it. We will not ever be able to recover strategically or substantively from it, given all that's been presented to the jury, and it will be very difficult to figure out how we're going to go present a defense after we've already presented to the jury our defense in our cross-examination. It's not really structurally possible to simply take 4 days and address Mr. Burgess, because we can't go back to all the witnesses I just mentioned and others and start crossing them and eliciting testimony with this new time period in mind. But I wanted to answer the question, Your Honor, respectfully. It would be 4 days for us to even go from where we are now and then try to alter not only witnesses such as Arca, but DeSogra and Gaffney and other types of witnesses that we have in that regard. So, Your Honor, respectfully, that is my response.
All right, does the Commonwealth want to be heard?
Of course he does.
Of course they do.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the defense is very confused. They attempt to confuse the issue. They attempt to confuse Your Honor about what the impact would be. This has never been a change. The government is not changing their timeline. The Commonwealth is not changing any information. The Commonwealth is not offering anything that affects in any way the testimony of witnesses. It's notable in the argument there is no relationship to the facts or the actual report that was provided. The Commonwealth has always provided the data, which they have, and they hadn't a chance to analyze, and the interpretation of the data has been different between the parties. We have been clear from the beginning at the time in which the infotainment system shows that there was a collision. We've been clear. And
nothing's
the
clear
data
to
has
me.
been clear. That has never changed. That data in the telestream system is based on a clock in the Lexus, which both sides know full well is different than a clock in an iPhone. You can see all the productions of Dr. Welcher's PowerPoint presentation where it shows that time, 12:31:43, has never changed. Also, it has been clear that both sides appreciate that there is a variance between the clock in the Lexus, which leads to that system information, and a clock in an iPhone. In fact, the defense was so aware of it, they hired an expert, Mr. DeSorga, who gave his opinions about that variance. We have never suggested there was not a variance in this case. In fact, we have highlighted the variance. When their expert, Mr. DeSorga, provided a report, we believed that his analysis was wrong. And so we looked at the variance and the data that was available from the telestream system and John O'Keefe's Waze data that was on his phone that was always available to all of the experts in both sides.
Look, he's wearing a
And
pinstripe
when
suit.
Mr. Burgess looked at the variance at the time of a three-point turn about 7 minutes before the collision.
He just rubs me wrong.
Simply matched the Waze information on Mr. O'Keefe's phone to that of the information from the telestream and saw that it was a 21 to 29 second variance. All that data was available to the defense because their expert made an improper conclusion is not our fault. This does not change the testimony of anybody. They point to Jem McCabe's text message where she said she thought she saw a motor vehicle out front that evening at 12:45. That is not consistent with the Commonwealth's timeline, but that doesn't change. That favors the defense. It does not change anything to do with ARCA. ARCA has not, as far as I've seen in any reports, ever talked about the variance, just Mr. DeSorda. And so because this is inconvenient for the defense, and because it further focuses the variance that we already discussed and provided, isn't a reason to exclude it. It's not late discovery. It's not a Rule 14 violation. It is further analysis of information that was already provided, opinions that were already provided, and it is in response to their experts' mistake about that variance. There's nothing new here. Nothing has changed.
Why are you fighting so hard?
Okay, buddy.
Go right ahead, Mr. Leslie. The only question I had for you yesterday, for you to respond to today, was the time, so I gave you more leeway. So
You're giving me more leeway, and I appreciate it.
go right ahead.
So, two items, Your Honor. As I alluded to yesterday, and it's been a point that Mr. Brennan just made, we believe strongly, Your Honor, that at a minimum there needs to be a voir dire of Mr. Burgess. And we believe strongly there needs to be a voir dire because we have a serious concern that the sequestration order has been violated. He has changed a very key aspect of this matter after the testimony of Mr. Whiffen, after Mr. Whiffen presenting a timeline. In his report, Mr. Burgess, his new purported report of May 8th, he references to align it with Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone. That is the essence of Mr. Whiffen's report, is anchoring in his timeline. He did a whole timeline on Mr. O'Keefe's report. And conveniently, the proposed alteration by Mr. Burgess in his report of this clock drift now makes it very, very close to fitting within Mr. Whiffen's timeline and the theory of the prosecution. At a minimum, we need a voir dire to ask Mr. Burgess, why did he do what he did? Another reason for the voir dire. Mr. Brennan yesterday said, we were surprised to get the report. That further makes great concern as to why Mr. Burgess did what he did. Lastly, Your Honor, with regard to Mr. Brennan's point, he made it yesterday and I corrected it, he said it again today, that supposedly our witness, Mr. DeSogra, made an error and that we're trying to correct an error of Mr. DeSogra. That is incorrect, Your Honor. Again, Mr. DeSogra was responding to Mr. Burgess's report. Mr. DeSogra's report is entirely saying, okay, Mr. Burgess says this, and therefore the defense says this. Now Mr. Burgess is changing what he is saying. So it is completely incorrect to say that Mr. DeSogra is trying to correct an error. That would require, again, Mr. DeSogra to change what he has done. Final point is this. There was also an issue, Your Honor, and this is extremely important with regard to burden shifting. There's not only the question of should this be allowed at all, there's not only the question of how much time the defense will need, but there's a third and important issue, and that's burden shifting. What Mr. Brennan proposed yesterday was a very irregular process where essentially the Commonwealth gets 3 bites at the apple for a problem that they caused. The problem we're talking about is Mr. Burgess changing a significant part of a timeline. Yes, there was a variance that he had, but he picked a range of the variance. He's now changing the variance. So what the Commonwealth is proposing is that our witnesses go forward, the aperture gets to wait, they come on, and then the aperture gets to come on yet again. We would urge.
I did not understand the Commonwealth asking me that. Are you asking me to do that, Mr.
I would
Brennan?
appreciate the
I'm
clarification.
not sure what he's saying, so. I don't
It sounds
know
like
what he's talking about.
DeBrosia or whatever,
His name is DeSoder, yes.
DeSoder, you're suggesting that the Commonwealth suggested yesterday that he testifies first and then the aperture witnesses?
What I understood was going to happen is Mr. Brennan said yesterday that Dr. Welcher cannot come in until after.
No, I didn't understand that. I understood Dr. Welcher, Shannon Burgess, and then Dr. Welcher for everything that you folks received prior, January 31st or whatever the date was. And then potentially for all the new ARCA information that came in May 7th, that portion, Dr. Welcher returning on rebuttal for. Not that they were holding back Dr. Welcher completely. Is that correct, Mr. Brennan?
That's the conversation I had. That conversation I wasn't part of.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood that, Mr. Alessi.
So just so I'm clear, what is it that the rebuttal?
Mr. Brennan, all right, this is separate, and I'd really like to give everybody a break here. What is it the Commonwealth is asking to do regarding that?
Regarding Mr. Burgess or Mr. Welcher?
Dr. Welcher.
Dr. Welcher should come in and testify to his PowerPoint, all of his opinions, which address all of the prior representations and opinions of ARCA, although we still don't have any raw information, but we're ready to move forward. Regarding any new opinions, which there is over a dozen new opinions that includes testing, video, experiments, Dr. Welcher should have enough time to review, conduct his own testing, turn it over, and then in rebuttal, address limited to the new issues raised by ARCA.
That's how I understood it, Mr. Alessi.
And that's how I did also, but the question is now with the Burgess changing of the clock drift, how many times is the Commonwealth proposing that Dr. Welcher gets to come in and talk about that? Is he just going to come in and talk about it?
So you talk with Mr. Brennan about that. All right, so I'm all set for this.
There are no changes. There is no changes in the timeline. He keeps trying to portray this as something has changed. Nothing has changed. It's the exact same. He's always said there's a variance. He's been looking into the variance for a long time, and now he has found a method to show the exact variance. It's not changing. There's nothing in the reports that changes as far as the timeline. That's just an attempt to cause fear. There's nothing that has changed. We can look at the reports. It's all the same, always has been, other than now he's identified the mistake of their expert, and that led him to be able to identify the variance, which is helpful and new. And the suggestion that there's been some violation of an order, no good faith basis whatsoever. None.
Does the Commonwealth oppose a voir dire just on that one issue?
Yes, because it's suggesting that there's a good faith basis for it. Nothing has. Ian Whiffin's report was available to the defense and our experts months and months and months ago. The issue of variance has been an ongoing issue for months. There's nothing that triggers a change in the testimony to adopt or adapt to it. Our timeline has been the same since when we turned it over at the beginning. They cannot point to one thing that has changed between Dr. Welcher, Ian Whiffin, Jessica Hyde, or Shannon Burgess. They are just saying things without a good faith basis.
I can't even tell you what the
reports
timeline
show
is,
us
Brennan.
where something has changed.
Your Honor, to inform you, Your Honor, we would like to print the page in the clock adjustment because what Mr. Brennan says is
Yes,
correct.
and I'm happy to any information.
Thank you.
All right,
Change.
20 minutes.
No.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Why did she just say 20 minutes? So she didn't make a decision, no?
No, they're going to print out so she can look to see what the change is what I'm
Okay.
gathering. And I'm sorry, that's what I understood yesterday too, was that Welcher was going to come back again and rebut. So
Correct.
I do hope
Yes.
that clarifies because that's what I understood too. Not saying I'm right,
Mhm.
but I'm sorry, seconds count, just like in the Olympics. Every little amount counts to decide who wins the gold. I'm sorry, milliseconds count.
Mhm.
And that's
especially
a
in
big deal.
this. Because
That
they've
is a
given
big
themselves
deal.
a very small window of
Yes.
time. And, Brennan can say, oh, the timeline hasn't changed. I have no idea what your timeline is, bro. Like, no idea.
Yeah.
You have not been clear what it even is in your witnesses or anything. So,
And my question
okay.
about the time in my new Audi, it automatically set the clock for me because it connects to whatever that clock thingy is in the sky. It is
Mhm.
identical to my iPhone. When time changed, my car changed
Yeah, I
and it
didn't
matched.
understand the time difference in
So now
things.
my Armada, because it's a little bit older, you manually can set that time. But she was driving a new Lexus, correct? The newer one?
2020. Yeah, 2020. It was
I wonder if it did it then because it connects. I forget what it's called, but
right. They did already examine him. And again,
yeah,
Whitman was.
and for him to say, I changed this because of what Whiffen said on the stand tells you that they're changing.
Mm-hmm. It's an
Atomic clock. Thank you. I just remember back when I was younger, you would dial this number for it to tell you the time.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. Back we used to have to call and it would tell you the time and the temperature for where you were located.
Wow. Okay.
Just like we
I've
used to
never
call
heard
the
of that.
operator. We used to call
Oh.
144 for information and get numbers.
I do remember the operator days a little bit, like
Yeah.
that much. But that was for payphones, though, if I remember right.
Yeah. So
It's been a while.
I'm not understanding. And if they're different by a couple of seconds and you already had that variance in, then why are we doing it?
Because if I remember right, was it Whiffen that Alessi was cross-examining? And we had to do that simple math of like, what was it, to 6 or something like that?
Right.
Like his numbers themselves were messed up too, if I recall.
And then they're trying to say the defense's person was wrong. No, I think they did creative math and tried to say it's wrong because they came up. Did you hear him say they came up with a new way to prove there?
Oh.
That tells me you did something creative, in my opinion.
I mean, right? Yes, blessed assurance. The state has had 3 years to build their case against her and unlimited resources. I agree. And that was part of Alessi's argument yesterday, too, was, hey, all the data, you've had it this whole time. Don't act like you're just being like, ooh, shock Pikachu, Brennan. You guys had this for trial number 1. So Polly says hers is a 2022 limited, and you have to switch between daylight savings time and not. So maybe it depends on the make and model.
But if
I
you
don't
have
know.
to switch between daylight savings time, you're not actually changing. It's just changing by an hour and it does that for you. Or do you manually type in 02:01 for the time? Or do you just pick between daylight savings time?
I agree with Lady in Gray. I do think there needs to be a 4-year on these people.
I agree.
I don't remember who they talking. Burgess, right? Is who they've been talking about. I agree. I think there needs to be a 4-year on this.
And if we remember, Whiffen was not credible.
No, he was not credible. Remember, he
He's
didn't
the
even
one
know
that
how to
used his
do
own program to do stuff.
thing.
Yeah.
Yes. And then when he did the freezer testing, he didn't even like do it in the right way. Like we all learned in like 6th grade how to conduct an experiment.
Right.
And he didn't even do that right. So, and he used to work for Celebrate.
Yeah.
Kind of seems, like what do they call that? A conflict of interest, perhaps. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about you, Mr. Whitman.
All I know is I think Bev needs to consider this really carefully. She has the opportunity to squash the fact she seems to be very preferential.
Hmm.
And
Oh, I forgot we did a poll.
Yes.
Let's see what the poll results are. So my poll was, do you think Bev will allow the new testimonies from Aperture and ARCA in? Yes to both was 53%. So everyone thinks that, a lot of people think that she's going to say yes to both of them, and we'll see what happens. That's what I think she should just do, to show no bias anyway, you know?
I think ARCA, they didn't have a choice. That was out of their control. The government was that. Where Aperture, they're changing their mind because of what they heard on the stand.
Yes,
that's
correct.
The key to me.
That is the big difference to me as well. No to both, to not allowing both testimonies in, 13%. Yes to only Aperture, 13%. And then yes, only ARCA, 20%. So we're a little all over the place. I'm very curious as to what she's, what she's going to decide. I mean, because I believe that it's exactly what Brennan said yesterday at the end of the day, is after Wiccan's testimony, this guy came back and was like, oof, I need to amend my whole thing. Sorry, I didn't realize.
And Brennan said
wrong.
He was surprised. He should have never said that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What a mess.
So, did you see what Angie says?
Did you guys notice the pic of John's arm they showed yesterday was labeled arm with dog bites? No.
Could you find that for us?
Yes.
I'm asking Angie because she can find pictures. Like maybe go back to the video and screen. I don't know.
That's interesting. I did not.
Yeah. I did not. I mean, if Aperture was the same thing that they had to get government clearance, I would say let it in. But the fact that the reason they changed it is because they heard something on the stand, that's past. That's a violation. You are coming in past. The other one was out of their control.
Agreed. You're talking about ARCA? Agreed. And Bev told them, like, she gave them till May 7th to do it. So for her to now be like, if she was to be like, yeah, you have, that wouldn't really make a lot of sense, because she knew that there was going to be new stuff and gave them the deadline, knowing it would be in the middle of the trial. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I can tell you this. I don't think the jury even knows what the timeline is in the first place.
I say I'm lost.
I don't. I have no idea. I have no idea what it is. They've lost us completely on that. We need Lori Bell as judge for this case. He's a great guy. I liked her judge a lot. He was a pretty good judge. The state's expert allowed Proctor's reports to influence their findings. Sounds like a them problem. Yeah, I mean, we also know that it's a mess. Yeah, like with the blood math lady, her math to me, I mean, yes, the math was fine, but they didn't give her all the correct information or enough information to have a more accurate, answer to that. And she even said as much. She was like, yeah, my math would be different if I knew all the stuff that happened before 1245. So like, between them saying that, the inverted Sally Port video, the reflection glass bumper thing, like, I don't know how many people are buying all this BS at all.
Well,
unfortunately, me too.
We know that people believe what they want to believe.
Yeah, and some of y'all said like they brought in people that weren't in the first trial. I think y'all said the DNA guy from this morning, he wasn't in the first trial. I I would think that if they're going to bring people in that they could have called but didn't call, it would offer something of substance.
Mm-hmm.
But so far, it hasn't. So far, it hasn't. I mean, I guess maybe the DNA guy was just to show, oh yeah, we did test things. We're not that inept, but like it did not help the Commonwealth at all.
Right.
At all. They did it right the first time, so now they need to change it to fit their own narrative. Jim McCabe has a hard time with the facts too. Yeah, because there was so if I recall, it moves to now 12:31 when John must have been hit by Karen, according to their theory. But don't we have the people in the car at that time? We have Jen, I think. Some of her texts are going through to John's phone. Some calls. He's walking 80 feet.
Basically, we would need to start the trial all over when it came to timeline stuff.
I think we
they've
know
already.
why the witnesses are all called out of order. I think we know. I think we know.
I agree.
It's a sequestration violation. Is it? I know that with experts, sometimes they have different rules. Like they're allowed to like read other reports from other experts and things like that. Maybe not in this case. I just know they're allowed to do more than other different kinds of witnesses. Oh, so different person, but the tests are the same. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I guess if they let in this aperture timeline, I don't know if it's going to do much.
I don't know. This just frustrates me. This is why I could not be an attorney.
No. I don't even know if them putting this taillight pieces together is, I guess to some degree you could piece it together. You would want to piece it together to show, yes, it came from this car because look, it matches perfectly, I guess. But again, the collection was botched. So
why even? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They're
and I
hoping
know
people
she's been
will
going
forget
through,
that.
right? Exactly. I know she was going through all the different pieces that were collected. She said some matched up, but then some didn't. I didn't really catch why that was yet. Maybe the other pieces of it weren't found, so it didn't match, or what she was. I don't know. It's so boring. It was so boring, you guys. Oh, okay. Hold on. Angie's coming in to save the day. And okay, well, it's blurry, but she zoomed and let me save these.
Oh, it sure does. It is blurry, but I can read it. That's what everything looks like when I don't wear my reading glasses.
You're like, oh, I know exactly what this is.
I know exactly what that is.
That was the wrong thing, but whatever. I can bring it up again. All right, so let's dip this one. So there's that. Up here in this left corner, I gotta download. The other one didn't download for some reason. I know I meant to. Okay. Oh, sorry. I guess I should have told y'all there was like pictures, a graphic picture coming up. Sorry about that. And let me do the other one. So when you zoom in on the little thing, boom, you see that? Those words? Dog bite at the end there. I keep forgetting y'all can't see my mouse.
Do I need to send a message to Alessi and to Jackson that they need to notice that? Maybe they didn't notice it.
I don't know.
Because I think they would have brought that up. Okay, I'm going to go do that real quick.
Awesome. And you said Alessi showed it.
But did he notice it said dog bite? Did he say the word?
Belle says don't do it.
Why?
That's interesting.
But I need him to see my stuff.
Right? Oh, and look, like this had to have been from the trial. Here's why, because it looks like, oh, never mind. I thought that was my head, but I don't think it is.
I know the CW missed it, but we need, when they bring on, who's bringing on the dog person? Isn't that the defense? They need to see that says dog bite so that they can have that person say, even whoever did this said it was a dog bite. I'm not, until Bells gives me permission, I'm not going to message him.
That's true. Bells does make a good point. It does make it less likely for trials to be televised when people do stuff like that. I'm not telling you not to. I'm just saying,
even if
sometimes
I'm
we do
trying to
that,
help.
but it has actually helped. What case was it?
I think Alessi would appreciate it.
We were watching a trial. Oh. I don't remember. Oh, you know what else I have for you guys? Hold on just a second. So yesterday, I'll change the banner. So yesterday, I asked some of you guys if you wanted to send us a pic of your ceiling fan. So
I had
the
to text
Canton
you.
only fan isn't so lonely. Oh, you had to text me.
I had to text you because it didn't go through on my email. It said your email declined it for some reason, which you need to get with the producer about why our TCWT email won't let it happen.
I'll get back to her about it. I think we should fire her. All right, these will have to go in tomorrow because I'll have to move them from my
That's
phone
true,
too.
Lady in Gray. Dang it.
Damn us and our logic and being reasonable. That's true. Yeah, anything you send to Terry, was it porn? No, but hold on just a second. In a memento.
Maybe I can call Starbucks and have him write it on his cup if he gets a Starbucks tomorrow.
You are ridiculous.
Check dog
You're
bite
so
photo.
funny.
Hey, there's a lot of ways to skin a cat.
Okay. Is that supposed to help your
That's a saying.
argument?
That's a saying in the South. There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Okay.
If you listen to the Alabama song Mountain Music, it says skinning cats in there. It's just a thing. You don't really skin cats.
Like the Play Me Some Mountain Music song?
Yeah.
Play me some mountain music.
That song
Okay.
is actually on my mom's headstone because that was our family song, and we had some of the lyrics.
Oh, that's so
put
sweet.
on our headstone.
I do
Lady
love
in
that.
Gray,
Okay,
well,
so
Dr. Reed, we're not really skinning cats.
so we have Captain sending in her lovely ceiling fan. Is this a winner to match up with OnlyFan? Because OnlyFan looks lonely. This is an all wooden fan, an outdoor fan. So this fan enjoys the outdoors. It also has a bat box with bachelor bats. So some neighbors. I don't know. Might be a good fit, a good match for the OnlyFan.
Yeah.
Like a rugged outdoor type. I don't know. And then so Captain sent that one in, which by the way, I love the idea of a ceiling fan outside.
Oh, we have
really
one outside.
thought about that. Never really thought about that before, but that's kind of genius.
Captain's in the South.
Yes.
Okay, so that's a typical thing to do on a veranda or a porch. You put one out there because it gets hot and you got to move that stagnant, humid air around.
I'm sure people in Ohio have them too, but I don't know if I've ever seen a ceiling fan outside, like in person before. Interesting. And then Lady in Gray sent in two of her fans. So is the
They are
only
moving
fan
fast.
interested in a throuple? I don't know. You know, the one on the right has those frilly, what are those? Globes. Look at those fans. I don't know. What do you guys think? Outdoor
I
rugged
think those
type
fans
or
are
a
moving.
throuple? They're moving fast. So those are our matches so far for
Is that a
OnlyFans.
water sprinkler next to it? Because
I
if
think so.
so, that's awesome. If the sprinkler goes off, the fan's going to spread the water everywhere and help put out the fire. So that is great placement.
Oh, that's interesting. Never thought
That
about
is great
that before.
placement.
Well, if you want us to match your fan up with the OnlyFan, and then at some point we can vote on who we think is the best match for the OnlyFan. Because the OnlyFan seems lonely, even though there's two of them, I think. But let's spice it up. You can send a pic of your ceiling fan. You don't have to be on it, but also I didn't write in there, but put your YouTube name in the subject matter so I don't dox you accidentally. But send us your pics to our emails there, and we'll have a contest to see.
I will go
who
do more
matches
pictures.
up best. I'll go do more pictures.
I'm getting
we
a
just like being
fan in my
silly.
office. It's not up yet. Double H is putting it up this weekend.
Ooh, nice. Very nice. My mom says we have fans on porches in Ohio also. It also keeps the bugs from flying in your house because of the speed of wind coming from it. Oh. Well, I've never seen one. She doesn't have one. So
how does it keep the bugs from flying into your house?
I don't know.
Okay.
No idea. Yeah, send in your fan pics. We'll have a fun time. Any ones you send today, I will put on Monday. And we will have some sort
Today
of...
is Friday.
Today is Friday. How wonderful is that? And by the way, you guys, in case you're wondering, my eyes are doing much better. They are not as red and pink as they were this morning. So that's good. It's went down a
Was
lot.
it an allergic reaction to something?
I don't know.
Was it the baby oil last night?
It was.
Did you get it in your eye?
I did say this morning I was not around any dead bodies after the show last night.
What about the baby oil? Because if you get it in your eye.
No, it was still here. Elbow Feet was asleep by the time I went into the bedroom. But I don't know what it was. I don't know if it's just from being in front of screen so much or makeup. I don't know what it was, but like my eyes, like the white was like red this morning. I freaked out.
Didn't y'all have a storm blow in or something last night?
We didn't. It never ended up.
Come in? Okay.
Not for my area. It did for others. It did for Amos, the lovely
Because I just
Amos.
wondered if it was in the air.
It could be. I mean, my bedroom window, I did open it. So, because I had a headache all morning. That's finally gone away. My eyes are finally better. I don't know. They've never done that before. So it was really weird. But I was going to say, so Amos, so last night after we got done with True Crime and Wine Time, and after we got done talking to you, her tornado siren started going off. And a tornado was right beside her home.
Is she okay?
Split a tree. Oh yeah, she's okay. She's good. You got power back yet, Ames? I don't know.
Amiss, why did I not get a text saying I'm safe from the tornado? How am I just now finding out about this?
It was very late at night.
So I know.
It's very late at night. I think it was it was like 12:30. Yeah, she has a generator. They're good and safe. But Michigan got clobbered late last night. Late last night. It was wild.
Tornadoes at night are the scariest thing.
They are. I agree. Especially I think she said all of a sudden the sirens went off and there wasn't much warning, and they have a basement. So they were all good, all safe. But yeah, pretty crazy stuff last night. But she's all good, and we send her all of our love.
Because we don't have a basement.
Oh, so Nikki, you had the sirens in Michigan too? I remember, I think you're on the east East Michigan area. Yeah, that storm went all the way across Michigan and then down to like northern Ohio, but it missed my part of Ohio. But yeah, it was pretty intense. I'm glad everybody there is safe
Good.
and okay. Because I don't know if anyone was really expecting it. She wasn't. So I don't know. And we're pretty weather aware people, but we weren't so much last night. We were busy talking about weird stories.
Yeah, Double H last night when I finished and I walked into the bedroom, he goes, "Really?" I said, "What?" He goes, "Your conversations sometimes are a bit much." I said, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "Having sex with dead people?" He goes, "And then you say that I better not have sex with you after you're dead?" He goes, "Don't worry. It's not even in consideration." I was like,
I
okay.
love that. He's like, oh my gosh, you're gonna have to stop hanging out with that llama.
Hey, I told him it was all you. All you.
That's fine. I'll take it for the team there. It was definitely my doing. But so if you guys don't know what we're talking about, Terry hosts True Crime and Wine Time, and last night I guest co-hosted with her, and we talked about Inside the Mind of a Necrophile, the Karen Greenlee story. And there was role play, and I read some of Karen's own words in an interview. It's very interesting, disturbing, gross, all around.
Mm-hmm.
But so later tonight, if you guys missed it last night, feel free to watch it. It's right here on the channel. Give it a like, a share, subscribe, all that jazz. It was a fun time. It was gross and weird, but I had a very good time. I love that we can be weird together. You all are my people.
I'm also interested. I mean, I do plan on doing some diving into it. I want to know if there's a community that they can talk to and help each other, because I'm sure they don't want to have that desire, or, just like people who smoke, they don't want to smoke, but they don't know how to stop. Maybe they want to stop. Maybe they don't want to crawl in the caskets.
Well, and as Karen said in her interview, she suffered from suicidal ideation for a very long time because of her urges. I don't know. It's very weird. Check it out. We won't get it. We won't do too many spoilers of our conversation, but it was a good weird time. So if you want weird, you've come to the right place.
I mean, I would love to have that conversation with Alessi, because I think he could be so technical and he could help us with the medical understanding of it.
Sam's husband also thinks we're weird.
He's not wrong.
Oh, good, Shanka. Leave us a comment under that video and let us know your thoughts, because I'm sure you're going to have some after you get done watching that. Oh, goodness. It's not very long. How long was it? Like an hour and 15 minutes. We weren't on too terribly long last night. So. Oh, it was something. And then I did tell everyone this morning, Terry, that we're going to be doing a members only next Wednesday. Yes. So it'll be probably just as crazy.
And it might be a little crazier because I'm the one planning it.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
And you will not know what's happening until then.
I love surprises so much.
I know. You're getting so good at it.
I guess. Yeah, right. No, your surprises haven't been too bad. They've been good. I did share my baby oil with everyone this morning that she sent me because I've been covering the P. Diddy case. So,
I mean, yeah.
Got that. I don't think I've ever used baby oil in my life.
Oh, back in the 80s, we put
know.
betadine in baby oil, shook it up, and then you slathered yourself in it to lay in the sun, because the betadine
yes, I
would
remember
soak in
people
your
doing that.
Yeah.
All the adults,
And then
I remember doing
also
that.
you would put them on your
when I was a
water
kid.
bed. You would take your sheets off, put a little bit in the middle of the bed, and then roll around in it with somebody, and you would slip and slide on the bed. Okay.
Okay, well, there's a tip. There's a Terry tip for you. for whoever still has a waterbed. Actually,
do they still make them?
They do. Well, I don't know if they still make them, but when Elbow Feet and I got together, we've been together for like 13 years this year. But when we first started dating, he had a waterbed. And I was like, what? You have a waterbed? But then, of course, the bed eventually did burst, and that was not fun. It's not fun to clean that mess up. So
I got rid of
ditched
mine
that.
after I got stuck in it when I was pregnant.
Oh, that's right. We need to
Yeah.
talk about that. I
Got
remember
rid
that
of
now. Yeah. Oh,
No,
boy.
Shunka, we do not have rubber sheets. We are responsible 50-something-year-olds.
Thank you, Simone. We will bring those up on
I hope you sent
Monday.
pics of fans and not water beds with baby oil.
Or that. Bobby,
I'm sure they are.
Whatever are you listening to? These women are crazy.
Just tell them,
Yes, we are.
my people. Just say my people.
They're my people. You gotta have a little crazy in your life, right? Otherwise, you'd be boring.
I was like, say how boring. We wouldn't want to be like Brennan.
No.
I mean,
Oh gosh, that guy.
I wonder what he does for fun.
Oh, I bet he plays pickleball,
Oh, God.
which apparently is a thing. My mom now plays it several times a
It
week.
is.
I don't really understand what it is,
We have a pickleball
but I know she's
set,
into it.
and Double H
But
keeps trying to get me to go.
I can see him wearing like a head sweatband, you know, and like the things that attach your glasses. You guys remember that rope that you connect there? I bet he likes pickleball. Chet, what do you think? Brennan's piece of Oh, let's see.
So,
we
your mom
are
says
the weirdos.
pickleball is like tennis, but it's on a smaller court and a
Mhm.
different kind of paddle.
Yes, they're like square-ish paddles. It's like it's a smaller version of tennis, but it looks like a bigger version of ping pong. So I'm very confused
that's
at
a
what's
good way to-
happening.
So it's like a big ping pong paddle on a smaller version of a tennis court. Is that right?
I think,
And I think
don't know.
that's
That's just
why
what it
the
looks like to
older
me.
people like my people like to play it because you don't have to run as much.
Oh,
Simone,
love
I
it.
loved roller skating, and I still have my roller skates, and they still fit.
Socks and sandals. I bet he
He
cuts
does wear
grass with scissors for fun.
Oh,
I love that.
I used to, when my kids were grounded, I would make them go out and mow the grass with scissors.
Jeez. He organizes his Tupperware on Saturday nights.
I bet he does. I bet he does.
Oh, that's funny. Lady Gray's sister and brother-in-law dropped tennis to play pickleball. Interesting. Okay.
They have tournaments and stuff here all the time in our neighborhood.
Had two guys dislocate shoulders. How intense is
I mean,
this?
Now, this isn't racquetball because Double H plays racquetball 2 days a week, and he comes home where the balls hit him. And
Oh, thank you, Amy Beth, for the 5 gifted memberships. Let me see. Who got it? Oh my goodness. It went to Holly has become a member. Megan F, you've become a member. Social Lubricant, FKR. Just that's a funny name considering what we just were talking about. You received a
love that name.
membership. What did John know? Received a membership. And Clara UK MH Pros, you also received a membership. Congratulations, you guys. You get to use all the fun emojis in our chat. You also get to be a part of our member only on Wednesday. We're going to be behind the scenes. Ooh, camera's moving. Hold on, I got to get rid of all this other stuff to put up here.
I want to know, Claire,
Thank you again,
if you're
Amy.
on here, are you one of my UK people? from my real life? If so, let me know.
Here we go. Oh, that's not the right one. There we go. Let me do that. Fix everything here. Okay. Again, thank you so much, Amy. We appreciate you.
We're going to go for 10 minutes and take lunch. What do you want to bet?
It's going to be up for the Olympics. Send Mama Llama to the Olympics. All right. We shall start that campaign.
So, Mix Valera, I'm going to ask you that you speak right into your microphone when you answer, if you could, please. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Just don't
Mr.
breathe
Lally,
heavy.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mix Valera, we talked about sort of the physical match or mechanical fit analysis that you did with regard to each of the items individually, correct?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury the process that you undertook in your physical match analysis between different item numbers?
So between different items, amongst the questioned ones, I only compared the pieces that were large enough to have a label on them. Some pieces were quite small. I utilized several benches and divided them up into sections for each item, and individually pulled out all of those pieces. And then I had another bench where I did the actual comparison. I started with all the pieces of the same color and looked to see if any of those had potential edges that could match.
Now, with respect to items 715 and 716, did you do a physical match analysis between those two separate items?
May I look at my notes?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I can sigh pretty well. I think I could do that.
Yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to in relation to your physical match analysis between item 715 and item 716?
Two pieces from item 7-15, F and H, fit mechanically with two pieces from item 7-16, F and G.
And what, if any, conclusion were you able to draw with reference to the physical match between pieces from item 715 and pieces from item 716?
Those four pieces were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
Now, Mix Valera, what physical match analysis did you do with reference to items 7-6 and 7-11?
So one piece from item 7-6, piece B, fit mechanically with one piece from item 7-11, piece D. So those two pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
And Mix Valera, with reference to items 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from any physical match analysis you did between pieces from those three items?
So two pieces from item 7-8, pieces C and D, one piece from item 7-9, piece A, and one piece from 7-16, piece E were found to have a mechanical fit. So those pieces were at one time together as a larger unit.
Lastly, for this section, at some point did you do a physical match analysis for the glass pieces in items 7-12 and 7-14?
Yes.
And what conclusions were you able to draw from your physical match analysis between 7-12 and 7-14?
There was no physical match between the glass pieces from, or parent glass pieces from 7-12 and the glass piece from item 7-14.
Now, Mix Valera, are you aware that there was an additional analysis that was done with respect to glass pieces and other glass pieces that you didn't examine in your analysis at your lab?
I know that there was other trace work done. I'm not sure exactly what the work was.
Okay. And do you know who performed that additional trace work?
Christina Hanley.
And who is she to you as far as in reference to your work at the lab?
She's my supervisor.
Now, with regard to each of these items individually, they came as labeled in individual bags as we demonstrated on the screen, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to those bags, did you note any particular date associated on the front of those bags?
That's documented in my photos.
And all I'm asking here is that with respect to each of those bags of items, whether they be 3-1, 7-4, 7-5,
I
or
forgot to
6,
change
or
the
8,
banner. Sorry, guys.
many of those bags had different dates on them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when you received those items in that bag, you essentially removed the items from those individual bags, placed them on the table, and examined them, correct?
Yes.
And that examination included a microscopic examination?
Yes.
Now, with respect to any of those items, there were some items that pieces within the same bag that had the same date on that bag did not fit together mechanically, correct?
Yes.
However, there were items from one bag collected on one date that did fit mechanically with items from another bag collected on another date. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, if I could turn your attention to item 3-1. Again, for the jury, what is the physical description associated with item 3-1?
Item, passenger side taillight, Massachusetts 3GC684.
Now, did you perform a physical match analysis with pieces from item 3-1, 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11,
Oh,
7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16?
I compared them, yes.
And what, if any, conclusions did you come to from your analysis, your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and all of the items beginning with the number 7?
There was a physical match with, do you want me to list?
If you
all
could,
of them?
please.
Okay. So 2 pieces from item 7-5, 4 pieces from item 7-8, 1 piece from item 7-10, 4 pieces from item 7-11, 2 pieces from item 7-12, 2 pieces from item 7-13, 4 pieces from item 7-15, and 4 pieces from item 7-16 were found to fit mechanically with item 3-1.
And what, if any, conclusions were you then able to draw from your physical match analysis between item 3-1 and each of those respective items beginning with the number 7?
Those pieces were once together as part of a larger unit.
May I approach, Sharon?
Yes.
We are showing you 3 additional photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
This is a comparison between item 3-1 and those pieces from all of the other pieces.
Your Honor, Commonwealth, seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit A, B, and C.
Is there any objections, do you know?
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
182, A, and C.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2096. Ms. Gilman, yes. If you could even zoom in just a little bit more on the item itself. Ms. Villiers, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those pieces that I labeled from item 7 dash, all of those, they all fit together mechanically into this piece.
And as far as earlier, you were testifying as far as the label maker and the different various pieces that you would label throughout the process of your physical match analysis. Do you see these in this photograph as well?
I do.
And where are they located with reference to the reconstructed piece above?
They're those little white rectangles on the piece.
So what's depicted here is the mechanical fit between items 7-5, 7-6, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-12, 7-13, 7-14, 7-15, and 7-16, correct?
Not items 7-8 and 7-14, but the other ones, yes.
And why not those two?
They didn't fit mechanically with the other pieces.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2150. And again, if you could just zoom in a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So on the right side was that piece that was just shown, and on the left side is item 3-1.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have 2151. Again, if you could zoom in on that item just a little. And Ms. Valier, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So that's that right piece on top of the tail light from the previous photo.
And is this the mechanical fit that you were testifying about earlier with reference to item 3-1, the tail light housing, and all of the various pieces that were found in 34 Fairview, starting with the number 7?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Ms. Valier, lastly, in reference, did you also receive some debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
Yes.
And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you very much. And what did you find contained within that debris from John O'Keefe's clothing?
So there's 5 different items. So it was debris collected from, labeled as coming from the clothing. There was mostly debris, some apparent fibers.
Were there any pieces of apparent plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
Was there dirt contained within the debris?
Yes.
And that debris was labeled as an item 17-18.18, is that correct?
I believe so.
And what is it that you did with the debris from the gray long sleeve shirt and the orange t-shirt?
So those were all packaged in like glassine folds. And I looked through it and documented it.
When you say you documented it, did you look at it under a microscope?
Yes.
So you did an examination under a microscope, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you measure some of those items contained within the debris?
Yes.
Specifically, did you measure items of apparent clear plastic contained within the debris?
Yes.
And what did you measure those items to be?
The piece of clear apparent plastic was approximately 1/8 inch by 1/16 inch.
And once you had conducted your preliminary analysis of those items, where did those items go?
I did no further examination on this myself. Christina Hanley might have examined some of these further.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Ms. Giannetti?
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to first talk fairly briefly about your reconstruction of the
No, thank you,
taillight to
Sam.
which you've
Thank you, Sam.
testified.
You got that.
At the
Bobby
outset,
B.
by the way, that was item
Bobby B is our member.
7-3.1. Am I
Thank you,
correct?
Sam.
Sorry, for which one?
That's the taillight, this 7-3.1. Am I correct?
3-1, I believe.
7-3-1?
The taillight is item 3-1.
Oh, 3-1. I'm so sorry. Okay. With regard to that particular item, your lab has different departments, correct? Criminalists who do different things, correct?
Yes.
You are aware that there are scientists within your lab who do DNA analysis, for instance, correct?
Yep. Yes.
And with regard to the order of processing items, is the DNA analysis done before or after you get the item?
It's usually before.
Okay. In this case, it was before. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Were you made aware that there were 3 contributors of DNA to that taillight, 3-1?
How long were you made aware of that?
No.
Once you reconstructed the taillight, you'll agree with me that it was missing a piece, correct, or pieces?
There was an empty spot on the overall reconstruction, yes.
Were you ever provided with any pieces of taillight that would have filled in that missing spot?
No.
Were you ever provided or told about any pieces recovered from 1 Meadows Ave in Canton?
No.
Were you ever told about a collision at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton?
Sustained.
In any case, you'll agree with me, there was no glass in that taillight at all, correct?
Within the taillight, I classified them as apparent plastic pieces.
There's no glass as part of the taillight, correct?
I mean, it depends on what you call, like, the bulbs usually have glass as far as I'm aware.
Those are very, very thin glass though, correct, those bulbs?
Yes.
All right. Now, your lab received clothing in connection with this case. You've testified to that, correct?
All right.
I received the debris labeled as coming from the clothing. I never saw the clothing at all.
Right, but you're aware that your lab received clothing before the debris got to you, correct?
Yes.
And your understanding was that that was John O'Keefe's clothing in which he was found on January 29th of 2022, correct?
It's labeled as coming from him. I'm not sure of the date that it was found.
Okay. You understand the procedure that goes on at your lab when it receives evidence?
Yes.
And you know that once clothing is brought to your lab, it's given evidence numbers, correct?
Yes.
And then one of your colleagues at the lab handled the clothing and/or examined it, correct, before it came to you?
Yes.
And your understanding is that one of your colleagues retrieved debris from those items of clothing and then packaged it in a fold before it got to you, correct?
Yes.
You then open up the fold and you look at the debris, correct?
Yes.
You never saw that debris inside the clothing, correct?
Correct.
And the pieces of clothing that come in are given evidence numbers when your lab receives them, correct?
Yes.
For instance, the orange t-shirt was given or was named item number 7-17,
Yes.
and the gray long sleeve shirt was item 7-18, correct?
Yes.
And your lab is accredited, correct?
Yes.
There is a complete chain of custody from the moment the clothing was brought to the lab to when the debris was removed from the clothing, ultimately to when you're in court today handling the items, correct?
Yes. Our in-lab chain of custody extends from when we receive it to when the submitting agent, it is returned to the submitting agency.
Okay. And you have complete confidence that the chain of custody at your lab is effective at making sure that the evidence does not get lost or mixed up or contaminated, right?
I mean, chain of custody is meant to track where a piece of evidence is. The evidence unit also does inventories and audits to make sure that things are where they're supposed to be.
And you have confidence in your lab's chain of custody policies and procedures, correct?
Yes.
But you'll agree that your lab cannot control who handled the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
Yes.
There are times in which crime scene technicians or criminalists from your lab actually participate in the search for evidence at a crime scene, do they not?
Some of the people at the lab are crime scene responders, yes.
There are times when they actually take custody of evidence. Again, I'm talking about people from your lab, professionals. They take custody right from the crime scene and transport that evidence to your lab, correct?
Yes.
In those circumstances, your lab would have a complete chain of custody from discovery to seizure to testing or whatever comparison you're doing until you release the items, correct?
Yes, but the electronic chain of custody doesn't start until that item is entered into our LIMS system at the lab.
Right, but when it's entered in, it would be entered in as having been seized by somebody from your lab, correct? In the hypothetical that I'm giving you.
Yeah, there's an evidence submission form that says that this crime scene responder submitted it to the laboratory.
There are other cases, however, when the evidence is brought to your lab by the police, correct?
Yes.
Local departments have access to your lab?
For evidence drop-off, yes.
The state police have access to your lab for evidence drop-off?
I love that movie,
Yes.
Simone.
And in this case, it was not a criminalist or other professional from your lab who seized the clothing and brought it to your lab, correct?
I'm not sure.
Do you have a record of that in your report in terms of who it was that brought the material to your lab?
I could look at the evidence submission form to see who.
With the court's permission?
Yes. Okay.
Oh, sidebar. Okay. So, I'm sorry, Yannetti brings up very good points. They can do all the correct analysis they want, but no idea what happened before it got to you. Which, I mean, yes, in most cases that's the case, but we know that there is no chain of custody before it gets here like there's normal specific protocols taken. So that's what he's getting at there.
Yeah. I mean, she can put it all together. They can match, but nobody can tell us where they were honestly found.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they threw them on the ground and at least took pictures of them on the ground, I would be able to buy that they were on the ground. But they didn't even do that.
No, with the exclusion of the ones at the very beginning.
I do.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Manning.
Having reviewed your reports, can you testify to the jury about who it was that brought this evidence into the lab?
So
You're nutty instead of Yannetti.
So submission 7, all the items that are 7- was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Love you, babe.
Were you aware of the date of the incident that gave rise to this case?
Yes.
And what was that date?
January 29th, 2022.
Were you aware that the clothing that you received was seized from the Good Samaritan Hospital that very day?
No.
What date was the clothing brought to your lab?
March 14th, 2022.
So that means that your chain of custody at the lab began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree with me that was about 6 weeks after the date of the incident, January 29th of 2022?
Yes.
And of course, you can't speak to the chain of custody from January 29th to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you have no information and do not know why Michael Proctor waited 6 weeks to bring this clothing to your lab, do you?
sustained.
Do you know where Michael Proctor stored this clothing during that 6-week period?
No.
Do you know how often he was alone with access to the clothing during that 6-week period? Do you know if he had access to pieces of red or clear taillight during that 6-week period?
Sustained. Move on, Mr. Manning.
So you just want to make sure the jury heard that. That's all. Thanks. Moving on. Ooh, spooky ghosts.
You were not present when the clothing was seized, correct?
Correct.
You did not have custody of this clothing from January 29th of 2022 to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
You do not know what was done with the clothing before it arrived at your lab, correct?
You've covered this, Mr. Manning. Move on, please.
One last question. You cannot vouch for how the clothing or taillight pieces were handled before they got to your lab, correct?
I cannot.
Anything further, Mr. Lally, or are you all set? Okay. I'm not curbing it.
No. Very, very. Mr. Blair, there is a separate evidence unit contained within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory,
That's what
correct?
they want.
Correct.
And fair to say you have absolutely nothing to do with that, correct?
I'm not a part of that unit.
And so your responsibility as far as chain of custody is concerned is from when you retrieve the item during your analysis and then when you return the item to the evidence unit, correct?
Correct.
And from that analysis that you performed, you found that there were 10 different items, starting with the number 7, that were a mechanical fit to 3-1, the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
If it's 10 items, I don't have, I can count them.
Okay. As far as all those items beginning with 7 that you went through or elucidated on your direct examination, each of those were a mechanical fit to each other and then to the taillight housing in 3-1.
The pieces that were previously stated, yes.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Lucia, you are all set.
Are we going to get another person? Are we?
So jurors, that is it for today. I am told when I spoke with counsel earlier that we are still on track. I have to tell you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be extra careful with your social media use. And also, I just want to remind you, next week, Thursday is a half day and Friday is a day off.
All right, next Thursday, half day. Friday, day off. Woo.
Why?
I don't know. Well, probably Friday for Memorial Day, maybe. But Thursday, I don't know. Thank you, Sam, for the gifted membership. That went to Truth Seeker. You are now a member of the channel. Thank you so much, Sam. Ooh, are we going to hear like lawyer arguments?
That's what I think. But I wonder if they'll take
so.
lunch first. But
Oh,
I
probably.
want to know what that witness thinks, if she thinks the Commonwealth is being shady.
So before we recess, I appreciate that council provided me with the information. Mr. Leslie, I got the 2 reports that you had that were incorporated and what the Commonwealth had given me a few minutes before, but I appreciate that it was pointed out here. We've had full argument on this yesterday and today. My findings for the record are that the defendant has not persuaded me of undue surprise or unfair prejudice by this information, and I don't find that there's delayed disclosure. Of course, all of this is ample game for cross-examination, certainly as to what Mr. Burgess knew, what he looked at, why he looked at it, when he looked at it, why he changed his report, and violation of the sequestration order is all for
you're right,
cross-examination, and I will give you a lot of leeway with that, Mr. Alessi, but I'm not having a voir dire on that.
Okay.
Mr. Alessi, I can tell you, obviously, you've got a great facility for cross-examining on the underlying information here. You've done fulsome cross-examinations. I have every confidence you can do it here again. But if after the direct, you demonstrate that you need further time, I'll certainly hear you on that. And more importantly, perhaps, if you feel that the testimony of Jen McCabe and the others that you've mentioned is critical and that you need to recall them, I'll hear you on that as well.
Okay.
So regarding Dr. Welcher, as my understanding, the request yesterday was for, and it's been a request, I think, a few days. We've addressed it at sidebar, and I found that it wasn't the right time. Let's see how much Dr. Welcher could go through. I understand Dr. Welcher will testify in the Commonwealth's case in chief like next week or so, Mr. Brennan.
Hopefully next week, if not,
All right.
the day after the holiday.
And that will be for all of the material that was provided to the defendant initially, right, by the Commonwealth's discovery deadline?
Correct.
And what you're asking for is that after ARCA testifies the new information, you're asking for rebuttal, right?
Yes, limited to the new information.
All right, so I would allow under these circumstances a limited rebuttal, and we can define the scope after we hear the testimony of ARCA. So those are my rulings. Your objections were noted. I'll see everybody on Monday.
All right.
Oh,
sure.
Wow.
Okay. Okay. I don't know who emailed Aunt Bev and was like, hey, Llama's not having the greatest day. Can we just do a half day? Whichever one of my besties did that. Thank you. Okay. Wow.
She is setting them up for some great appeal. I am going to just say she is setting the defense up. If Karen is found guilty, they have they've got some stuff they can do.
Definitely. I didn't realize that the guy did, in fact, violate sequestration. So that is very interesting. Well, everybody said earlier, it was what, like 58% or something? It was a big percent that we thought she was going to allow both, and that's exactly what she did. She's allowing Burgess to come in and change the timeline, but she said some really nice things to Alessi, in my opinion.
But
She's
she
like, you've
said
done a
she
great
would
job. I
hear
think
it.
you're going to be fine.
But she said, I will hear you on it. She didn't say I'm going to grant it to you. That's like when I tell my kids, maybe, let me think about it. My answer's going to be no. I'm just buying time. That's how I took that. She didn't say, she said, I will hear you on it.
Right. She
Am I
did
wrong,
say she was
people?
going to give him a very broad window to ask whatever he wanted, which is
She did.
giving a lot. So that's interesting. She is going to let ARCA fully testify to everything they want to, and then they'll limit the scope of Dr. Welsh, who we'll hear next week. We'll be able to come back for a limited rebuttal, possibly. Interesting.
I agree, Lady in Gray. It is a huge Sixth Amendment violation because Karen has the right to an impartial jury. I mean, everything that she's entitled to is going away because, I mean, even if you bring...
obviously, we're not going to put the actual photo up.
Sorry.
But the dark...
Even if we bring back Jen McCabe and stuff, the jury is going to be so confused. Do we go by what we heard the first time? Do we go by the new timeline? How is that?
Those are very fair points. I did forget that she said they could bring back Jen. Which, I'll be honest, I do kind of want to see her on the stand again, but
it's
not great.
I think it's
entertaining.
giving the prosecution a fair advantage, an unfair advantage. But that's me.
That's interesting. Very interesting. So they're hoping to bring these guys in next week. No, he said maybe the day after the holiday. That's not this weekend. That's the weekend after.
26th. Maybe that's why they're going to be
Yeah.
off next Friday.
I
Bev
think
wants a long
so.
weekend. She wants off Friday
Yeah.
and Monday.
And a half day Thursday. So I wish I didn't know today was going to be a half day. I'm kind of like, ooh, yay, that's awesome. But very interesting decisions. But we do get to see all the ARCA, all ARCA testimony. That here's the thing, right? Is I think Alessi, I wonder if she gave them half day today because she knew that both sides were going to have a lot to do this weekend. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe she's trying to do him a favor, but I know that Alessi is trying to do everything he can this weekend to prepare for that cross. But do you think Brennan and Lally are going to do as good of a job as Alessi's going to do researching and preparing for ARCA and going through all of that? I don't know.
I think Alessi is fired up. I think the entire defense team is going to be heads down this weekend.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I think so too. If the jury is confused, that is reasonable doubt. Yes, ma'am,
Or
it
it's
is.
another mistrial. I
think it's going to be another mistrial.
I don't want a mistrial. I don't, because I just don't think that's fair to Karen.
The only way she can get restitution, Simone, is if she is found not guilty.
Mm-hmm.
There has to be a judgment made before you can sue the state government, whatever. I'm pretty sure about that. You have to be found guilty or non-guilty.
She could go after them for unfair prosecution, can't she, if she's found guilty?
Now that, well, I don't know what the verdict in this has to be, but that's a civil, lawsuit thing. So I'm not entirely sure.
I think they have to be found not guilty.
I think it's also, another not guilty situation. My eyes look less hurty. Yes, they're feeling so much better. I did take many breaks. I know. I sent Tara the picture.
You sent me that picture, and I was like, girl, why did you not call me? I could have moved my meetings this morning, and I could have let you stay in bed with some eye drops.
That's okay. They're much better.
I will tell you,
they're not as bad.
Lysine eye drops mixed with an antihistamine are amazing.
Well, I did take my prescription hydroxyzine, which is basically like super Benadryl. So I think that helps a lot of whatever is going on with my face. I don't know what's going on with my face today, but I'm feeling so much better now than I did at the start of the show. So thank you all for supporting me and being here today, even though I wasn't on my A game. So I appreciate it.
I had to go see what X is saying. I thought it was funny that they talk about Beto Law because that's who I'm following.
No, I don't think she has any sort of thing she has to wear or any of that, does she?
So did I miss something? Beto Law is saying, I've never heard a judge lecture the jury on how to react as they listen to the evidence. Did the prosecution complain about the behavior of the jury? I didn't see that.
Could have been. Was that why they were talking to Peggy?
That's what I'm wondering. Did we not?
I'm sure there's going to be some tea.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's going to be some tea floating around the interwebs today, and over the weekend. So if anybody does find anything good, it's no secret. I do not have social media. But if you find anything good, you can send it to me to my email or on Discord. I'm on there too. That's not a drama long one. Pretty easy to find. You can send it to Tara at TCWTmedia.com, or again, post it on the Discord and somebody will make sure that I get it, because I am very interested to know about what happened this morning, because I've never heard a judge say that to a jury at all. So I feel like that's a new thing. I don't know, you guys. This is wild. This trial is just, Every day you're just like, oh, I think today will be a normal trial day. And it's not. Every single day something wild is happening.
And
so
I'm annoyed. She keeps saying that they're on time, all of this stuff.
Thank you.
But yet you just took a half a day.
I know, right? I know.
And yet she tells people to hurry along on stuff.
Right? And the court doesn't start till late, as always, and it's just, yes. I mean, that is the thing, is when you do watch trials, you do, certain cases will really shuffle up your feelings of our justice system. It'll have you questioning a lot of things when you see certain things happening. This is definitely one of those cases. I've watched a few trials where I'm just like, ooh, that's a lot. Oh, Sam, happy memberversary. Best host, mods, and chat. Thanks for all the fun. I know, you guys are so great. I love you guys so much. We have the best fun.
I will not be around Monday. It looks like, as of right now, my jury duty has not been canceled.
Ooh, that's exciting.
I will not be around on Monday.
I love that for you. I'm very excited. Everybody, put all your good vibes into the universe. Manifest that Terry gets on a jury. I think that would be awesome.
I promise I will give you an exclusive interview when it's over if you would like.
I love that. Yes. I will book you right away.
And if they tell me that I'm not acting appropriately, I'm going to be like, well, I've been a juror on couch court and my behavior was just fine.
It's just fine.
So,
I mean,
I don't know
in the
what y'all's
Murdoch
problem
trial, there was this one lady in the Murdoch trial. It was reported that she would put like Kleenex in her ears and would like cover her face up, like all sorts of crazy shit when she was on the jury. Yeah. And they never said anything to her. Like, yes, Kleenexes
Lady in
in
gray,
ears.
I don't like you anymore.
Oh no. Why?
Lady in
We'll
gray.
see you Tuesday. I love that. Don't say that, Lady in Gray. Oh my goodness.
I thought she
Oh
liked
wow.
me. I guess I know how she really feels.
I mean, I hope if you get it, it's not going to be like too long for you. You know what I mean? I hope it doesn't.
I
play
mentioned it
factor
to my
in.
boss today, and she goes, "Hey, however long it takes." I was like, "Okay, I can do that. I can promise you, I will not put Kleenex in my ears, and I'm not putting anything over my face."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That happened.
So hopefully it will go well. So I will definitely message you and let you know how it goes. I think
sure.
you should rest your eyes today.
Yes, I am going to do that. I'm going to go rest up for the afternoon. Depending how I feel, I may or may not do Diddy recordings tonight. If I don't, I'll do them tomorrow. They'll be out come like Sunday night probably, because I'm busy this weekend. Amy is busy as well. So we'll try to get them out to you when we can. I know you guys are super flexible and understanding and not going to hold it against us, and I appreciate that. Hey, Lisa Lee. Nice to see you. It doesn't make sense why they went back to John's house if Karen just came from there. But you think Jen wanted to go there to get a pair of John's shoes? Oh, that's interesting. It really bothers me that she was like, let's go check in the house. Maybe he's there. Which makes no sense. I still don't understand why they went back there.
I don't understand that either. Because couldn't you have just looked at the ring? Oh, she didn't have access to the ring camera. Karen didn't, to see if he... That
but
is
I think she talked to the niece too. Or maybe it was Carrie. It was either Carrie or Jen. Like one of them talked to the niece. Like, he's a big man. You would find him in the house. And he's 6'1", for Pete's sake. And I just think that's always struck me as weird. Instead of going, oh, I don't know, to the last place. Because why? That's the thing, right? Jen may have been there and knew he didn't come inside, but she didn't know. Maybe they showed up later and that's where John was. You know, and her sister, she called her, but she didn't. Oh, wait, she did answer. They did talk shortly, didn't they?
Yeah.
That's right. That 507 in the morning call. And I think about it.
Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, you
We have a
guys,
lot
I
to
want
think
to
about over the weekend.
a lot to think about. A lot to think about. I want to thank you all for being here today. Terry for being on with me. All the gifted memberships and super chats. It's appreciated so much. Welcome to all the new members. We will be having a members only on Wednesday night.
And if I get selected on the jury, we all agree I will not and cannot talk about it. So do not let me. And Llama will turn my mic off if I even drink too much and try.
That's true. That's true. No risky business there. But yeah, I want to thank you all for being here. Please like this video, subscribe, share it with everyone else. To our replay crew, I appreciate you as well, because I know some of you don't watch till later, and I appreciate you guys coming back and watching us after we're already off the air and leaving comments. It helps so much, and we appreciate all of you guys. But until then, you guys have a wonderful weekend and go forth and be amazing. And we will see you all at 8:30 a.m. Eastern on Monday for more Karen Reed. So bye guys. Have a great rest of the day. Thank you.
Guys.
Bye.